a husband who is ill, and so we have a work session planned for discussion of the Special Assessment District, and I don't know, Tom D'Alessandro, were you going to give the intro to that, or is Bruce that?
So thanks for having us back and to talk about this. The Special Assessment District is something we've been working on for over 2 years, and based on the questions you raised 2 weeks ago, I know you had invited Thad Wilson to join me tonight. I've also asked Joe Lucas, the attorney who's been working on the district with us. And Thad, is with MuniCap, and they originate and operate, manage a number of various types of public-private partnerships and districts of all different shapes all across the country. MuniCap's kind of a national firm. And then Joe is an attorney whose specialty is public finance and working with municipalities mostly with their with raising funds for large capital projects and other needs. I wanted to make one change. We handed out material back in March, and I asked Brian to make a copy of it for you so you have it there in your packet. So I'm not going to review that again unless there are particular questions. But I wanted to look at one change that we'd be making if the town said we wanted to explore being the group that would be working with you on the district. And if we were to do that, Tim and Bubba and I have talked about it, and our feeling is that if we were to do that, one of the requirements for a district is that the land that is put under the assessment must be in the municipality that's working on it. So with that in mind, we talked about the idea that if the town advanced, if this conversation advanced and we moved forward, we would then tie the North Village, which is 2,200 acres, as that part that would be subject to the assessment district, and then that would be an accelerated incorporation into Pittsboro, because you must have the land in the district, the land in the municipality that you're imposing the assessments on. Oops, something just happened. The TV went off. Well, you have my form, so I can pick up the form and go over it. So with that idea, we looked at those public improvements, and the Special Assessment District. One of the key aspects of it is we have identified public improvements that we believe are extraordinary to Chatham Park. And by extraordinary, I mean they're not typical of other projects you've seen. So, for example, if you took a Powell Place, or if you took, say, the townhouses that Michael Dasher presented a few weeks ago, they're not building miles of thoroughfare. They're not building miles of sewer and water trunk lines. They're not building miles of trails. And so while we're still doing neighborhoods with streets and cul-de-sacs and grids, but they're not in the special district. So these are not roads in the neighborhoods. These are not sewer lines in the neighborhoods. These are simply the big collectors. So if you thought of Chatham Parkway as the eastern bypass, we're kind of building the eastern bypass as a part of Chatham Park, but it is a public improvement, and it is extraordinary compared to most projects. And if you add these costs of the biggest being the roadway, it's about over 11 miles of roadway, is $85.5 million. So that's an extraordinary cost for any project. And again, unless you're building miles of thoroughfare as a project, you're not going to incur costs like this. Same for major trunk lines. So again, these are not the little sewer lines that go to individual houses. These are the major trunk lines that are running parallel to the streets, to the thoroughfare streets. And the trails, as you know, we have planned, or as we may have said in the past, just in North Village, 22 miles of trails. So these are going to connect all parts of the community. We already also have complete streets in the main thoroughfares, and in addition, we'll have a network of trails. So when you look at these costs, they total just, I'm going to just for rounding purposes say 160 million. It's 159 million using our estimates, but for simplicity's sake, I'd say 160 million. And if you look at the land in Chatham Park, you'd say of the 7,000 acres, now the district would be larger, but for the entitlements, I use just the 11,000 acres. About 1,000 are commercial, are designated in the mixed-use commercial retail area, and the other, the remaining land, is in mostly residential uses. So the commercial as a part, as a percent, you might say, of the total is somewhere in the neighborhood of 15% of the land would be in the commercial zone. Obviously, parcel by parcel that changes, but if you look in aggregate. So when we look at the assessment, it has to be against residential and commercial in order to make it work. And if you said by any measure, dividing it between commercial and residential, it's still many thousands of dollars that would be, if you said on a per lot cost, what would this be? And depending on how you allocate it between residential and commercial, it's fair to say it would be something in the 20,000 plus per lot of extra costs. So some of the rationale for the district is first that these are extraordinary costs, and if these were not paid by private dollars, if these were public dollars, you would definitely be getting bonds. You would definitely be looking for a way of paying for this over time. And the Special Assessment District is a mechanism that lets us get paid for these improvements over time. So when we're selling lots to home builders, we don't have to charge them the full cost of land development, because all of these costs have to be spread over all of the lots in the commercial land. And if you said it's above 20,000 a lot, that means the homes have to be more expensive. If the land that we sell to a home builder is priced higher, just competitive forces are going to compel them to sell houses at higher prices, often larger houses. So part of our goals from the very beginning, when we first started talking with you about Chatham Park, was that this would be a mixed-use community with office as well as residential. And in order to be effective, and a complete community, in order to be effective, we have to be able to provide housing to a variety of income groups. That's one of the ways of attracting businesses. Because a business thinking of moving to Chatham Park will say, okay, can the people I'm employing, can they find a house nearby? Can they afford to live nearby? And so by taking this amount and putting it into a special assessment district, our prices for land can be more competitive. So when we pick up these costs, you can imagine, how do we compete against, Powell Place is nearly done, but how do we compete against a Powell Place that doesn't have these costs? Or against, Michael Dash's project that doesn't have these costs? So this kind of helps to let us price houses so that we're catching a wider array of incomes and bring the costs in lower. I would say that this is a large enough amount of money that I know some people say, well, aren't we giving the developer money? Ultimately, the residents have to pay, the home buyers and the shopkeepers and the people who rent space in the offices, ultimately, all of the costs we incur have to be passed on to future residents and businesses. So if some of those costs are absorbed by the district, by a special assessment district, that allows us to be more competitive in going after home builders and getting them to price houses in a wider array of price points. So that's the rationale. I wanted to talk a little bit about the fact that Chatham Park, given its character, has special, extraordinary costs, and that we can become more accommodating of a wider array of house prices if we can take some of those costs and get paid over time via a special assessment district, just as a municipality might say, we want to pay for these improvements, these big capital improvements, these big public improvements. We want to pay for them over time. And so we do that through bonding mechanisms or other mechanisms. So that's the basic logic. One of the other topics, when we were asked 2 weeks ago to come back, one of the things that is common, and as you know, when I came back in March, I kind of talked about what was happening in other parts of the country. And virtually everywhere else I've worked, the municipality that governs land use tends to also be the municipality or the entity. The entity that governs land use is always also the entity that governs special assessment districts. Now, in our case here in Chatham County, we didn't have to do this. We don't have to do this. We can have the town govern land use and the county govern the assessment. And the reason we were going that way was because all of the land is already in the county. So it meets one of those main criteria that they would be, if we work with the county, we're assessing land that is in their boundaries. So if the town, and as you know, the county has asked us in the past to make sure that we were in a dialogue with you when you understood what we were doing. So in part, this is partially to accomplish that goal. And, they knew that the results of that could be, A, you liked the district and said proceed. B, you didn't like the district and said don't do it. Or C, you said we like the district and we want to do it. So I think we've kind of explored a little bit the first two, and now we're kind of going into a little more detail in the third. Because we have a short period of time, I really want you to have a chance to talk with Thad again and Thad Wilson, who you met 2 years ago, and then also to meet Joe Lucas, who you haven't met, who will talk a little bit about the process for putting a special assessment district in place. And he worked on the Hillsborough district that's up and running and the Morrisville district that's up and running. So he has local experience with these districts. So I might start.
Tom, can I ask one question? Talking about the extraordinary expenses, and you mentioned Chatham Parkway. When you say Chatham Parkway, are you talking about full development of the entire cross-section of Chatham Parkway? I think it's 4 lanes, maybe, I know there was one time it was 6. I think it's back down to 4. Is that development of that full cross-section of the parkway?
This includes future, this is the future, these are the expenditures in North Village.
Mm-hmm.
Through the life of Chatham Park, through the development of North Village. So it does include what you described,
okay.
the full build out of the lot.
But that may not happen immediately.
No, one of the aspects of this, North Village, by whatever estimate you want to use, is probably 8 to 12 years of development. So these improvements would be phased in.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Joe Lucas. I'm with the law firm of Pope Glenn. We are based in Columbia, South Carolina. I'm based in Charlotte, and we do public finance and local government work throughout the Carolinas. I have worked in North Carolina for all of my career, so 14 years at Parker Poe, 7 years at McGuire Woods, and now 8 years at this firm. And it's at this firm that I've worked on both the Hillsborough and the you had me on Mooresville, just north of the lake in Charlotte, Langtree, which is the development off of I-77. The reason there have only been a few of these districts in the state is that North Carolina for a long time had a special assessment statute, but it was very limited, didn't have any finance element to it. It was only a 10-year statute that allowed a city or a county to put on an assessment for very specific projects, usually streets, sidewalks, and the like. And in 2008 or 9, right as the recession came up, we were looking for ways to work with our clients to sort of make more flexible their ability to finance projects, especially through private development, public-private type partnerships. And so having done a lot of work in South Carolina on these types of districts, we helped, Senator Hartzell helped us amend the statute, both the city and the county statutes, to allow for financing. That the statutes have been amended a couple of times since to sort of tweak them. But only a few transactions have been done to date. And so what we're hoping is that this will be a real sort of poster child for how to get these done in the right way. Hillsborough is the Waterstone development, not too far from here. That has done quite well, actually. Langtree is a much smaller development in Mooresville, and it's had some fits and starts. They had a swim center that they were supposed to have built and a hotel that had not materialized. But the assessment district is plugging along fine, and the developer is carrying some of those assessments. But back to our district specifically, and I'm going to talk some about this sheet I've got in front of you. So forgive the long list on the first page, but what I did want to do is set forth the types of projects that can be financed. So under the old statute, it was very limited, but you can see that the types of projects there in item 2 are a long laundry list. It's a sort of a cobbling together of a number of different statutes, North Carolina statutes with respect to revenue bonds and projects that city and counties can do. Obviously, the short list of items that Tom had mentioned all fit easily within these categories. And I know Mr. Fiocco has mentioned affordable housing too, which is a permitted element as well. So we can talk about that. Tom mentioned number 1 up at the top, the limitation, which is that right now most of this or all of this North Village piece sits outside the town limits, and so there is discussion among the Chatham Park developers about potentially moving into the town. This is a discussion that continues. So, flip to the second page. I'm essentially tracking the way the statute works, so I'm sort of trying to summarize that. I'm happy to make this conversational, and you all can ask questions as we go along. And there are a couple of pieces of this I'm going to leave to Thad in particular, right there in the middle of the second page. The discussion on method. It's really what Thad does. He runs these districts, he sets these districts up, and he helps set the methods and apportionment of assessments. So I'll let him talk a little bit about that. But to the top, the town's determination of cost that's mentioned at the top is really in conjunction with the developer. So the property owner and the town come together to identify the projects that they are looking to finance and the actual cost. So, you know, obviously these guys have done a good bit of work on that already. That part of this analysis is getting fine-tuned. And the other costs you see there in 3B are the other types of things that can be covered with the assessments. So, for instance, debt service reserves down in number 7, interest paid during construction, all of those types of costs can be covered, just like you can with revenue bonds if you were to issue separate revenue bonds. So, as Tom mentioned, I'm going to talk some about process. If you go down to number 5, the process is very clearly laid out in the statute. It starts with a petition from the landowners, and there's some, obviously some clear limits there. You have to have at least a majority of landowners that are going to be, that own the property that is going to be assessed, and those landowners have to own 2/3 of the total assessed value. Now, I can tell you that the districts that have been done so far have been petitions of single owners, because that's the easiest way to get this done. The way this statute was written to get to this point was they're sort of looking at possible subdivision assessments for sidewalks or other amenities, lighting and other things in districts. So they would, you know, put together groups of homeowners and hope to get at least half of them, at least 2/3. But the easiest way to do this on the front end is to work with the developer to get a petition and get the property wrapped into a single district if you can do it. And so the statute has these limitations, but really we're looking at a much smaller group or potentially single owner. The petition has some elements to it. You see that you have to describe the project, you have to identify the cost of the project and what portion of the costs are going to be made up of assessments or paid for by assessments. So after the petition is submitted, that's accepted by the town, there's a preliminary assessment resolution, which is the next step under the statute. That resolution has various elements included in it, and in addition, it requires that you set a time for a public hearing. Again, the purpose of the public hearing in the statute is really to allow landowners within the district to object if they're going to. The process is sort of geared towards a much larger group, but in this instance, the hearing is likely to be sort of a perfunctory hearing. That's the way they've gone in Mooresville and Hillsborough. But hearings are there for the public to speak, so anyone who objects to the project can come in and can speak at the public hearing. So that public hearing is there at the top of page 3. There's a 7-week time period you have after you pass the preliminary assessment resolution. You've got 7 weeks. Can't do it sooner than 3 weeks. Can't do it later than 10 weeks. And after the preliminary resolution is adopted, a final assessment resolution it can be adopted within 10 days after the public hearing. The items E and F are items that, again, that Thad's firm works on very closely with the landowner and the town to develop what's called the assessment roll, and that is the allocation of assessment to the particular parcels within the district. I'll let Thad talk a little more about how assessment rolls work. But the statute requires that a preliminary assessment roll be filed, and when you do that, you have a public hearing in connection with that as well. So once again, you're giving the public the chance to look at and see and speak on the subject of how the assessments are allocated to the parcels. After the public hearing, there's a confirmation that can be done as soon as the public hearing is concluded. And then the statute provides a 90-day period. You see there in 5G the validity. So long as no action is brought to invalidate the district within 90 days, it becomes final and no further objections can be filed. So the statute has that just to cut off all objections at a certain point. Number 6, the funding sources. So this is one of the pieces that was a key amendment to the statute in 08-09 when we did it, and has been even further tweaked. Originally, the idea was the town or the county, under the county statute, could issue revenue bonds. They'd be secured by the assessments. But they've since thrown in these additional elements. You can do TIF bonds and secure them by assessments. Not many of those have been done in the state. A couple of issues around Roanoke Rapids, Woodfin, very few other TIF bonds have been done. But GO bonds get done all the time, of course. They can be secured by assessments. General revenues can be paid through assessments, and then funds from private parties can be used to fund the projects as well. So this number 7 is the key for our client. Reimbursement provision, which was in the latest round of amendments to the statute. What this does is allows a town to enter into a contract. In this case, you see with a private party. So, for instance, Chatham Park and the town could enter into a contract for the Chatham Park to build these items out and ultimately to get repaid over time via assessment. So as Tom described, if you were issuing bonds to build all of these things, so a GO bond to build the Chatham Parkway, you'd do an $85 million GO bond and you'd pay it back over time out of taxes. In this case, the Chatham Park folks are building Chatham Parkway for $85 million, and over time, via assessments on the property owners who benefit from the road, they're going to be repaid over time, but only limited by the amount of the assessments that can be imposed on the property. So all of that is agreed on the front end, and I'll again let Thad talk about kind of methodology on how that's done. The top of the last page, the reimbursement cannot include interest costs. So it's actual assessments that can be paid back and the actual costs that are expended, but no more than that. And then another key to the changes that were made. Originally, I described to you the old statute allowed for 10 years worth of assessments. This allows for assessments to be paid in installments over 25 years. So as Tom was describing, if there were a $20,000 assessment on a lot, that $20,000 would be payable over up to 25 years. That 20 may not be the right number. It could be 12,000. It could be 8,000, depending on how the methodology works and how you assess various properties based on size, value, and other benefit that they receive from the projects. But it is important to be able to sort of get paid over time.
Actually, Joe, I think in the past, sometimes we've talked about an average rate, but the idea is that the larger executive houses would pay a larger assessment than maybe an apartment unit. So, and there'd be maybe tiers based on the size of the lot, with the size of with the number of units. There'd be a tiering so that the assessment moved up with the value of the home.
Right. So the next item is abeyance. The statute does allow, after you impose the assessment, you can hold certain assessments in abeyance, water and sewer assessments only under the city statute. The county statute's a little more flexible on that. And the purpose of that would be if you weren't ready to layer on those assessments for the water and sewer, you would hold off on billing those at that time. So project implementation, this allows the town to directly contract with the developer to build out the projects. And if no more than 25% of those projects were to be paid for out of general revenues or GO bonds, which would be the case here, then the contract can be excluded from the typical procurement process, which is important because the procurement process sometimes hangs things up, and the developers are used to working with directly with their contractors to get these done. And I think that certainly the town would be involved in understanding how those would be negotiated, but that would be a way for sort of to streamline the way the contracting process was done for the projects. In item 11, I mentioned bond issues. I talked about Hillsborough and Mooresville both did bond issues to finance the projects they did. Right now, Chatham Park would like to reserve that right. That's not what they're leading with. I think the idea is to follow the reimbursement method, but they certainly are not going to, exclude that from the potential process. It would be something they would come back to later if that were something that was advisable at that point. There's some other documents I mentioned. There's a project implementation agreement. That's essentially an agreement between the town and the developer, under which the developer agrees to take on the projects in exchange for the reimbursement over time. And then the interlocal agreement. So, for instance, if the town were the one to establish the special assessment district, they would contract with the county to collect assessments in normal fashion, like taxes are collected. Now, that's been typical in both Orange County and Iredell for the two deals that we've worked on. Not mandatory, but it's certainly something, when you guys don't regularly collect taxes, I assume the county, Chatham County, does your collections for you. So you would follow that same method. And then I have a note on the timetable there at the bottom. Tom mentioned this earlier, but the 13A, which is the petition through the confirmation of the assessment roll, is about a 3 to 4 month process if you're moving quickly. Both Hillsborough and Mooresville were done in about 4.5 months. There can be obviously issues that arise, and frequency of meetings may drive that, but you saw sort of the process with hearings and resolutions and assessment rolls, and so it's fairly neatly laid out in the statute and can be accomplished assuming things are going well in about a 3 to 4 month span. A bond issue can also go in about that time frame. Again, we're not looking at that right this minute. And then I mentioned here the specific dates around the Hillsborough and Mooresville deal. The Mooresville deal, you see, was 9 months from petition to confirmation, but between the petition and the original preliminary assessment resolution was about a 5.5 month process. There were some hang-ups that slowed down that portion of it, but really once you got to the assessment resolution, it moved quickly. So happy to answer questions, or maybe turn it over to Thad and let him talk a little bit about methodology, and then we can all answer questions. Does that work?
Thanks. Thad Wilson from Unicap. I live in Charleston, South Carolina. Our practice is national headquartered in Columbia, Maryland. I work on projects and districts across South Carolina, North Carolina, a little bit in Georgia, a few other states as well. Sometimes I go beyond that southeastern area. Been fortunate to be working on this, as Tom said, for a couple of years. I'll just hit a couple of these points and then get back to the questions. Joe mentioned method. So when I hear the word method, what we mean by that is how do you allocate assessments? If you think of a very simple district that's small and has 10 single-family homes in it, and 10 single-family lots, it's pretty simple, right? They're all going to be equal. When you have a large-scale project like this, you have many different types of things being built. So you have to create effectively a relationship between different types of use. So when I say method, or when this industry says method, you're creating effectively a relationship between a house, a townhome, a condo, an apartment, as well as all those residential uses against various commercial uses, which could be as simple as one, just call it all commercial, or you could lay a relationship down between retail, office, hotel, industrial, the list goes on and on. Here, I would anticipate that we're going to have a method that does make a relatively comprehensive set of distinctions between all those different uses. You get there by thinking about what the public improvements are that you're building and finding a reasonable benefit to those different uses, and that leads you to having a mathematical relationship between those. Joe Messo mentioned an assessment roll. Think of an assessment roll as literally as a list of tax parcels. I mean, the real property parcels that are identified, typically with a number. They're independent pieces of property that get an independent tax bill. An assessment roll is literally a list of those parcels and effectively a dollar amount for each one. And that dollar amount for each one is a function of what is expected to be on that property following the method that we mentioned earlier. So when you create your initial assessment roll, you are creating a list of all of the parcels that we are levying assessments to. As you expect, they're going to be large parcels that are going to be subdivided over time. Each one will take a study, take some analysis. There'll be effectively a levy of assessments on each parcel. That will be our initial roll. As parcels are subdivided going forward, you will follow the method and you will allocate assessments to the parcels that are generated according to what's expected to be built on those parcels. That roll will expand over time, as you would imagine, and it gets typically updated at least once a year. And once a year, the roll is typically approved in a formal process, and once a year, the amount to be billed to each one of those parcels is also updated. So the roll effectively is the ledger to be updated, over at least a 25-year period to keep track of the assessments on the land.
I think I covered everything else pretty well.
I'll give you one other little piece relative to Tom's purpose here that I think is important, that I like to stress is assessment districts allow for a defined area to pay for the cost of those public improvements. It follows the concept that growth pays for growth. We're not burdening your existing town with these costs. We're trying to find a relatively straightforward path for the land that is going to get the direct benefit, or what we call the special benefit from these improvements, to be responsible to pay for those public improvements. I'm going to fade back and let you ask any one of us questions.
If I could just touch on what you just last said, if there's an ancillary benefit, not a direct benefit to the town, for example, we said that these roadways were going to create an eastern bypass road to town of Pittsburgh, then is there any element that would ever come as taxation to the town residents?
Yeah, so the short answer is no. So when you levy the assessments up front, you are being very specific to which pieces of property receive an assessment levy, and that will limit for the rest of the life of the assessments to those parcels, and only those parcels can be billed an assessment. Parcels of land, real property that's outside of that original levy, or quote, outside of the district, will not pay any assessment. A different answer to your question is, yes, other parcels of property in the town, in the county, in the state, in the country, other property owners, other citizens, other anybody else can use the public improvements. The public improvements are, at their heart, they're public. It doesn't in any way restrict the use And you can go further, say other people will receive a indirect benefit, was your word. Benefit will be received by all number of people, but the special benefit to the parcels in the district is what justifies the levy and the assessment on those parcels. So it does not in any way restrict other parcels from receiving benefit. It's simply these parcels are receiving a special benefit. That's what justifies the levy in the first place.
So, Mike, you mentioned some of the projects you've worked on or are working on.
Yeah, sure. So, as Joe mentioned, Tom mentioned as well, North Carolina does not have a particularly deep history of these for a variety of reasons. South Carolina has many. Virginia, Maryland have many. Florida has a great deal. California has a great deal. So most of my projects are in South Carolina and have a few others states represented as well. Of most interest, I am currently working on 3 other projects in the state of North Carolina that are all at various levels of they're at slightly different places in this whole process. The one that's furthest along is it's out there in the public domain now. Is a little town just south of Wilmington called Leland, and Leland is creating a district for a residential project down there called Brunswick Forest, which is a successful residential project. That project has moved through the petition stage. It has effectively an agreement between the developer and the town, similar to the agreement Joe mentioned, and we are currently writing the preliminary assessment resolution back and forth, and the hope is on June 21st, the preliminary assessment resolution for that project will have a meeting in council. Other ones are slightly behind that, or for the moment kind of quiet for the minute. But I've seen a nice uptick in activity in North Carolina, somewhat a function of I'd say the tweaks. Joe used the word tweaks, kind of the adjustments, amendments, the improvements to the statute that were accomplished last June.
That while the mayor and the commissioners would not be in the district, we could still allow them to assess themselves, right? We could still.
Oh yeah, sure. We can all.
If you want to be,
want to join, you're welcome to
feel free to.
Yeah, Joe mentioned earlier, it's important that there's some districts, these are pretty interesting ones to work on, where a city decides it wants to have nicer sidewalks or street lighting, and can come back and try to levy an assessment on a built-out piece of, or built-out part of the town. Those are more complicated because you have to have a fair bit of buy-in, you have to hit percentages of property owners agreeing to do it or effectively joining the petition. That is, those are rare. The standard is one large property owner up front building out the district. The backside of that's important as well. I could talk for an hour on it, but important to note that for these districts to work well, and this one can, like it should, there is a great emphasis on everybody's part for disclosure and transparent disclosure. So what that means is someone is looking at a piece of property to buy, they hear about the assessment. Meaning literally, somebody comes by to look at a model home, they're given a stack of papers, and in that stack of papers it says, this land is in an assessment district. When someone signs a contract to buy that house, they sign a piece of paper that says, I am aware that this piece of property is in the assessment district. When they close on that house in the formal closing, they also sign a piece of paper that says, I am aware. It effectively goes on the record of the property, and it is recorded in a formal manner on the dot on the land. So important to know that up front, it's one property owner that owns it and creates it, but over time, it's owned by a lot of different people, and they find out about it before they buy it.
Ted, you want to talk about the administration?
Sure. So topics keep getting out. It's good. So administration of the district. My company helps create these districts on the front end, which is really what we're talking about here. We use the word structure or establish. We work with land developers. Sometimes we're hired by cities and counties, and that's a big part of our practice as well, to help cities and counties make sure they get created in the right way. All of that takes place through the formal approval, through the levy, through the effort of any type of appeals. After all that happens, you really have an up and running district, and we typically, I shouldn't say typically, we very regularly are hired by cities and counties to administer those districts. What that means is, one of the things I referred to earlier, updating the assessment roll. As parcels are subdivided, you do have to allocate assessments, and then every year somebody has to figure out, how much are you billing assessments, and you have to follow a lot of rules that are written down. You also have to create a billing file that is typically passed along to the billing entity, which in this case would be the county. So there's those efforts. If bonds are outstanding, you have a fair bit of work to do to keep track of the dollars that are flowing through trust accounts so that the bond debt service can get paid. You also typically have disclosure work to do. So the administration of the district is an ongoing piece of work. It is almost 100% certain that a town or a city, big ones, small ones, they hire an outside assessment consultant to be their administrator. And that assessment consultant does work. It would do work for the town of Pittsburgh. In this case, the town of Pittsburgh would be a client of that assessment consultant. All of the cost of that work would be paid for with these assessment revenues. So the assessment revenues that are levied on the land, they pay for the projects, literally the cost of these things, but they also pay for the administration of the district. So this would be created as typical in every district I've ever seen, and as typical in 99.9% of the ones created, the town would have zero cost.
And how much would you say is an average?
Sure. So if you're at a stage where there are no bonds outstanding, the rough guess of the administrative cost, assuming a fair bit of subdivision activities taking place in the order of $25,000, it could be less if really not a lot is happening. When bonds get issued, it does get more complicated. You have a number of other things to look at there, including kind of the keeping track of all the dollars in the trust accounts. When you have bonds outstanding, all the assessment revenues flow through trust accounts. You also have the required disclosure work. So disclosure work is these bonds, which are, we generally just call revenue bonds. Both the developer and then often the sponsoring entity, the town, would write and prepare on a quarterly or annual basis disclosure documents that are there for the benefit of the bondholders. So there's a recurring process to provide a fair bit of information out there to the bond market. The cost of that, plus the trustee and the additional work to keep track of all of the assessment dollars to the for the benefit of having those bonds out there, is probably another $25,000 a year. So if you have bonds out there, $40,000, $50,000 is a normal budget, and if you don't, it's closer to 20, 25.
But again, all paid for out of assessment.
All paid for out of the same assessment revenues. And that is, when these bonds get issued, it is, Joe writes these documents, I've helped review them, but it's in caps, it's in bold. There's no expectation that the town or the sponsoring entity is writing the check.
Beyond what Thad said, my experience with a project I've worked on in other states have had districts and sometimes multiple districts. In addition to the legal notices and notifications that occur, the realtors all know about this. There's a lot of, we would inform people, and then it becomes something that socially is known. So, it's still legally disclosed the way Thad mentioned, but when I was working in the Woodlands, we had multiple utility districts and special districts and improvement districts, and we really did not have people who moved in and didn't know that they were there. So we've not found that to be a large issue. Now in North Carolina, they're not as common, so we would be making a greater initiative, particularly with the realtors and the home builders, to make sure they were fully informed. Because this would be a little different here. Now, people moving into North Carolina from other states, as soon as you tell them that there's a district, they would know it, and it would be.
Questions from the board? For either Thad or Joe?
I have one question. I guess you did pretty much answer one of them relating, and my question was how does the town benefit from this? And I was referring to expense, and I guess you answered that with, said the expense will come out of the assessment district and all that. But it seems to me that the developer is coming out on top of this. If they're putting in this infrastructure and they're going to receive their money back over 25 years, what is the town looking at? I mean, are we going to assume these repairs, all this, and thought I had a little better idea on this in March, but I'm about confused as ever.
Well, we would be paying for the initial construction. The city, the town, or the county, or the state, whoever was going to accept them as the owner, would inspect them at the time of any transfer from our ownership to, say, the town's ownership. So there'd be a complete inspection. And as we would be building these improvements in pace with the development. So as we're building the improvements, we're opening up new neighborhoods, we're opening up new shopping centers, we're opening up new employment centers. So we're creating the tax base, we're expanding the tax base of Pittsboro. So yes, there would be maintenance. Ongoing maintenance would be whoever owns it. If something's given to the state owns it. If something's given to the town owns it. And it would be expected that the town would maintain what they took over as public property. However, having said that, as Thad said, growth pays for growth. So the growth of Chatham Park pays for the initial construction. The tax base of Chatham Park, after it's built out, should be able to handle the repairs just as existing roads are handled by existing towns. You're expanding the base as we're building these improvements.
Okay. On the fees, this is a monthly fee that's to the homeowner?
It'd be a monthly fee to, the fee might be assessed differently. I turned it into a monthly fee for the homeowner because many people...
And you're on the tax bill.
Yeah, so it's going to keep going with that thought. Don't go anywhere. The homeowners typically pay for this through their mortgage payment, through their escrow payment, right? So a homeowner already typically has an escrow payment to cover their taxes and insurance. That's kind of the standard. And the lenders will be aware that taxes will be billed. The lenders will also be aware that assessments will be billed. So it will transfer into a slightly higher escrow payment. Having said that, the billing of it will come on the real property tax bill that the county sends out. That's a once-a-year bill, and the lender who keeps track of all those escrow dollars, they'll pay the taxes and they'll pay the assessment in one shot. The billing of the assessment is a single once-a-year billing of assessment. The homeowner will feel it by their slightly larger mortgage payment once a month.
So we're assuming most people will buy a house with a mortgage, and when they buy the house with a mortgage, every month they're paying a certain amount so that when the tax bill comes, their bank can pay the tax bill.
Is there any time limit that the assessment would be so-called paid before 25 years? Does that make any sense?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. It's an assessment. So at any time, let's say you were looking at a house and you said, I don't like having this assessment on my house. You can write a check and pay it off all at once. You don't have to keep it. You don't have to. You can. We think it's an advantage to pay it out over the 25 years. But if somebody wanted to, it's a one-time assessment. It's not a perpetual tax. It's a one-time assessment. Once you've paid that assessment, it's gone.
Are tax-exempt properties subject to the assessment?
Yeah, so state law question, but for example, in the state of South Carolina, churches can be billed assessments. Effectively, you can levy an assessment on a church. In practice, what happens is you create a methodology, those character traits that I was talking about, and you would establish different uses and certain pieces of property would be
considered to be non-benefited. So non-benefited property would include a lot of things, including town-owned property or county-owned property. It would probably include utility-owned property. We can look at the state law to see whether there'd be an exclusion for a church, for example, and there might or might not be. You'd have to think about that. But importantly, publicly owned property would not receive any assessment levy. And then certain pieces of property that may qualify for some tax-exempt nature probably still would get an assessment levy to the extent they're receiving a benefit, and we can probably work through some of the details on that. But in general, being tax-exempt from your property taxes does not disqualify you from having an assessment levy. How do they make that?
Prime example would be the hospital.
Yeah, so if a hospital is a privately owned entity, for-profit hospital, 100% that would have an assessment levy. A University of North Carolina owned hospital would be probably deemed to be a public entity and very well might not get an assessment. So that's one of the kind of details we would need to work with. In general, schools know. What about any type of, obviously like a police station or fire station?
Basically public.
Yeah, public ownership, whether it be federal courthouse, a state courthouse, anything like that. If it's owned by the state, the federal, county, or the city, it would not be levied, not have an assessment levy on it, and therefore not be billed an assessment. You get in odd circumstances where you have a piece of property that's been used for one purpose and it has an assessment on it, and then a public entity buys it. When that happens, that property's assessment needs to be paid off, effectively at closing, if that occurs, but it's rare.
We have a short period of time here, so do you want to finish your questions? Or are you?
Well, I'll continue asking. Does a property subject to an assessment, is that assessment variable over time? The amount of the assessment?
No, it's set once at the beginning, and then it's paid off.
Yeah, what Tom's saying is right on. So you levy an assessment when that parcel is created based upon its expected use. So think about that as the total dollar amount of an assessment on a property. That might be $15,000, might be $20,000, might be $10,000. That's the total assessment levy on it. What is variable is the amount that you bill per year, and you typically billing that remaining amount over the remaining number of years. So if you allocated $12,500 of total assessment to a parcel over 25 years, that would be $500 a year. And one billing mechanism might be you just bill $500 a year. What's much more common is you set it up so that the assessment billing amount on a parcel rises by roughly 2 or 3% a year to be an approximation of general inflation and tax dollars going up by that same dollar amount. So you typically create a billing system where the amount that you bill rises slightly.
So the total amount collected might be more than $12,500?
Well, the initial levy might be $13,362, so that when you start at $500 and you bill 2% more a year, and you do that math, it'll total up to be right around $14,000. But yes, you got the right idea. It would therefore be a little bit more than $12,500.
No. The question came on affordable housing, how the assessments are allocated on the affordable housing versus other elements.
Yes, so I'll answer not so much on affordable housing, but Tom referred to this earlier. You're going to have some townhomes, you're going to have some small lots, you're going to have some smaller residential units. In general, the amount of assessment levied to those original smaller plots of land will not be $12,500. It'll be $8,000 or $6,000. So the original amount of the assessment levy will be smaller for certain uses. Tom used the word executive homes, which would be kind of the biggest piece of the biggest single-family homes. I would anticipate we're going to have multiple classes of residential property, and the smaller ones, lesser value, smaller pieces of property, more likely to be one car, not 3 cars in the driveway. Those will have a lower assessment levy, and therefore a lower annual assessment.
It seems so highly variable to me to try to, one, establish the value of the improvements and then somehow derive
Yes, let me address
the
that.
number of
Yeah.
lots,
Right.
the different uses that might occupy them,
So you start with the total. You start with a reasonable estimate of the total cost of those public improvements, and you need to make a decision whether you want to try to levy an assessment for all of that, but you don't have, or part of that. And I think what's
Actually, one thing that's important, we can't assess against money we haven't spent. So the assessment will be based on actual documented costs, construction costs, engineering costs. You'll see that this is the money that was spent to build this road. So when the assessment for a section, when a part of it is being created, we might broadly speak about the total of everything, but what we can actually bill someone has to be what we've already spent.
Yeah, I'm going to add that a little bit. The initial levy of how many dollars is on a parcel, that will be based upon the estimated cost of all of or a portion of the public improvements. Tom's right. We're only going to bill assessments for, we're limited to billing assessments if the dollars have been spent on the public improvements. To your question of how it seems variable, it sounds variable right now, I give you that, but we write reports, analyses. This method is a typically 15, 20-page piece of work of text and formulas. We do studies on expected road trips or expected water use. We do it in a scientific method to come up with a very detailed method such that we can demonstrate why the single-family home pays $1 amount and why a townhome pays a slightly less amount and why a condo pays slightly less than that. And then we relate that again on road trips and water usage to figure out the proper amount or a reasonable amount for a 1,000 square foot of retail to pay and 1,000 square feet of
What
office
was one of
to
the
pay.
steps
Yes.
that Joe went over?
So it's a detailed piece of work to come up with that methodology. Once you have that methodology established on the front end, then you follow that on a precise basis to come up with the levy of assessments. You'll also have a very detailed set of formulas that say how much you're going to bill per year. Now, you probably do need an assessment consultant to help work out that math every year, but it will be by formula. It won't be subjective at all.
That's why it seems odd that the assessment on any piece of property wouldn't be variable, because at the beginning you would have to establish a density of residential units, of commercial square footage, all these things to say all of these components pay this assessment. And when that changes, then how is my payment fixed?
Can I try to answer that briefly before you go? So what's typical is, you are right, if density changes and you have the total $100 million of assessments, and all of a sudden we woke up and we said we're going to have twice as many single-family homes out there, then the remaining allocations would be split over double the number of homes, and the amount of homes that the dollar amount per would go down. What happens in practice is 3, 8, 12 years into the deal, there might be a change in density, but for the first great number of years, you just don't see those massive changes in density. So the allocations follow very particular pathways for many, many years. Yes, it is possible that once you get deep into the project, a density update might happen. It might lead to a different outcome, but it's rare. Or it's not so much rare, it just happens later, and then it still follows a normal pathway.
I was going to say, my experience in the communities where we did this, it's that there's not much change in density in 10 years. My experience has been that often a project will go, community development will go for 20 years before you begin to see real changes, and often it's after 25 years. So for the most part, these bonds will have been paid off before you'll really see any sizable densification or change in product type.
So is it possible that there would be lots developed or density developed within the district that would never be subject to the payments or the assessment?
Say that again.
Well, if the payment, if the assessment has been paid in full, and the greater density occurs after that, well, then there are properties.
Well, we can't assess, as I said, we can't assess except to be reimbursed. So if we've been 100% reimbursed, we can't assess anybody.
Right.
So we should be so lucky. I mean, that is our dream, but we get a full reimbursement.
Yeah, I'd add to that to say, as you go down the scale and you get to the last house that's expected, and you make that last allocation to the expected last house, and what you're left with is 100 acres that you expect to be a park, and then all of a sudden you say, wow, we can actually turn that into 200 more homes after the last allocation was done, then yes, then those last units would be created out of a parcel that has an assessment of 0. That is theoretically possible. In practice, it just doesn't happen that way. As you get closer to the end, adjustments are made, and you wouldn't have the situation. I'm happy to give you some concrete examples of that as well.
But we're welcome, and we would be delighted to come back another time for another workshop as well. I mean,
Thank you very much.
I didn't mean to regret your last question. I just was saying.
not even close.
And then I have some too.
Well, thank you for having us. We're very happy to have this conversation.
Thank you.
All right then. This has been our work session from 6 to 7, in which we've been discussing special assessment taxation district. And so for those people who have arrived, we will now call the regular portion of the meeting to order. And as we generally do, we will open the meeting with a moment of silence. Thank you very much. We have a number of scouts with us today who are studying their communications badge, and I've asked them to come forward if they would to help lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. From Troop 951, we have Ezra, Zion, and Ezekiel, and from Troop 93, we have Leah. So, gentlemen, if you would like to lead us.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. You'll be staying with us for the first hour approximately to see what it is that we do in the course of local government. So you have your agenda before you. Is there a motion with respect to the consent agenda? Any matters to be removed or added? And actually, I have one with respect to that I would like for closer examination, and that is number 7, to approve the professional mail services. If we could discuss that as, I don't think my questions will take very long, but if we could discuss that as new business, I suppose.
Move to number one. Motion to approve the consent agenda with removing item 7 and placing it as new business number 1.
Moved by Michael Fiocco, seconded by John Bonnet. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. The consent agenda of 6 items is approved. Is there a motion to go into public hearing? Second. Moved by Michael Fiocco, seconded by Pamela Baldwin. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed. We have a public hearing this evening on our annual operating budget, and the sign-up sheet indicates that no one has signed up. However, are there any persons who wish to speak on the budget? We will be having a full discussion of the budget later, but this is a moment for citizen input. So, hearing none, we'll then proceed for a motion to go out of public hearing.
So moved.
Moved by Jay Farrell, seconded by Michael Fiocco. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Those opposed. The motion carries unanimously. The next matter on the agenda is the public expression time. No one has signed up for Citizens Matters public expression time, and so unless there's someone from the audience that failed to sign up, we will then proceed to commissioner updates. Ordinarily, this is a period of time in which we discuss the meetings that we have been to on behalf of the town. Instead of doing that tonight, I would like to ask the board if we could, if the board wishes to review the rules by which we have our Citizens Matters period of public comment. There have been a number of opportunities when people have come to speak on a matter, but we have a rule that if that matter is on the agenda, that speakers are not usually, well, they could be approved by the board of it if they wish to hear it. But I feel like that is somewhat restrictive, and wondered if we wish to review our rules and say that public expression people, Citizens Matters, can speak on any topic for 3 minutes, regardless of whether it's on the agenda or not. The county, for example, does that. They don't have a restriction with respect to whether it's on the agenda or not. And there are some matters, like, for example, Chatham Park, it's on the agenda nearly every time we have a meeting. And it seems to me that that would open the process just a little bit more. 3 minutes, is that a reasonable period of time? And would there be a total time that we would like to set, like 15 or 20 minutes, depending upon how many people were signed up, or limit it to not speaking more than once a month? Are there other things that the board would like to consider? Perhaps this week, this could be placed on the agenda for the next meeting to review and develop a set of new criteria for Citizens Matters public input time.
Just a couple comments on that really quick. I think we may want to look at whether or not it requires a text amendment for the bylaws, or code of ordinances, which it's neither here nor there. It's just a procedural matter. And I think the county does have some restrictions on how people speak, although they may not practice it as such. But we can talk more about that when we look at it.
So this could,
Would this be moved in front of the regular meeting agenda?
I think it would just be part of the regular agenda meeting, or we could open it for a public hearing if a public hearing is necessary, and then we could have the input from there.
Well, that's where I think we make a big distinction. Big distinction is if it's a public hearing, it's advertised.
Yes.
And so when we don't advertise and we allow for input, then we've not notified everybody that it's eligible for input. And so it is somewhat of, I guess, a discrepancy with how we notify people that we are taking. The public hearing is advertised as such. So that's always been the distinction that has made me feel comfortable without the Citizens Matter speaking on particular items on the agenda, because honestly, that is the town board's work to make those decisions. I know that I certainly elicit a lot of input on issues when I can. And, so I'm recognizing that there's a distinction between the public hearing and general input and how quickly we will be able to take care of the town's business. So, something that I would be considering.
Well, we do have a long agenda tonight, so let us just take this. Brian Griesbeck, our town manager, will take this into consideration in setting the next agenda then. Very good. Next item on the agenda then would be old business. There is a resolution in your package. It's a resolution that deals with a commemoration of Juneteenth, and that resolution is included in your packet and deals with this being the oldest celebration of African American emancipation. And the resolution reads as follows: whereas Juneteenth is the oldest celebration of the emancipation of African American slaves and is so named for the June 19th, 1866 adoption of Black Independence Day in Galveston, Texas, and whereas Juneteenth celebrates America's commitment to liberty and equality in accordance with the Constitution of the United States, along with the Emancipation Proclamation issued by President Lincoln on January 1, 1863, and the 13th Amendment to the Constitution, which abolished slavery, ratified by Congress in December of 1865. And whereas the United States Census discloses that the population of North Carolina in 1860 was 992,622, of which 331,059 were enslaved persons, including 6,246 slaves living in Chatham County. And whereas the history of African Americans is a study in resilience from their plight of slavery in our history, and today for over 45 million people in forced labor, child labor, and other forms of human trafficking. Be it therefore resolved that the Board of Commissioners for the town of Pittsboro recognizes and adopts and proclaims this resolution to underscore the freedom with dignity of every human being. As a governmental body, we oppose and reject any form of oppression and pledge to support our residents, churches, and organizations working to achieve genuine equality and protect the human rights of all people of Pittsboro. Adopted this 11th day of June 2018. There is a celebration on Sunday, Saturday next, at which this resolution, if passed by the board, would be read on behalf of the town of Pittsboro, and there are similar resolutions that are being brought forward by the county and the town of Siler City. Is there a motion to accept this resolution?
Motion to accept the resolution.
Second.
Pamela Baldwin moved. Michael Fiocco seconded. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Thank you very much. The next matter of old business is the extension agreement for Waste Industries, our collector for recycling and garbage pickup. Brian Griesbeck.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The Waste Industries contract covering disposal, collection, disposal, and transportation of waste in the town of Pittsboro was originally approved and signed back in 2011 for a 5-year period. It was approved for an additional 2-year extension, as is allowed per the original agreement. I believe there are 5 5 2-year extensions that are allowable per the agreement. In your packet, I had attached copies of the original agreement as well as a copy of the proposed extension. This extension, as discussed back in March, is for, again, a 2-year period, which would begin on July 1st and end on June 30th, 2020. You recall from the previous conversation that staff indicated that we have, over this time period, by all accounts, worked reasonably well, I think, with Waste Industries. The citizen complaints, customer complaints appear to be resolved in a timely fashion. There's some occasional hiccups that occur around holidays, around new driver routes, and so forth. But ultimately, I think between the town and Waste Industries, we do a reasonably good job of mitigating some of those issues. The extension would incorporate an inflationary increase. That's been accounted for in our upcoming budget. You'll also recall during the previous meeting you discussed some data, requested data from Waste Industries regarding commercial and residential pickups. I've attempted to provide some of that in the memorandum that was attached to this agenda item. We also have Bill Davidson from Waste Industries, I believe, in the audience. There he is this evening. If you have any other questions, with that, I would turn it over for any comments, concerns, or need for information that you might have on this particular meeting.
Questions from the board?
I appreciate the information. It tells me that each residential customer is processing about 2/3 of a ton of waste per year. And wondering if there's ways we can reduce that. Maybe transfer more over to the recycling side. I know we got our 96-gallon bins rollouts some years ago, and that, I think, contributed a lot. And we're a single stream source, which probably helps a lot. I'll just say that I've been very satisfied with the service we're getting. So, motion to approve.
Moved by Michael Fiocco, seconded by Jay Farrell. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed. We still do need to schedule our tour, and several people had looked forward to that. We were not able to complete that this spring, but perhaps this fall we'll be able to get to doing that. Yes, no, summertime project. All right, very good. Our next item is the Downtown Overlay District discussion. Jeff Jones and Victoria Bailiff will be leading us.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the board. This is a continuation of public hearing for the Downtown Overlay ZTA 2018-01, and it's for Downtown Overlay. A public hearing was started and carried over to tonight. It started on May 29th. We had numerous citizens and property owners speak at that hearing. Many expressed concerns with the number of uses that were shown on the prohibited list. And from that list, there was a much discussion on uses that might be considered to be removed from that, such as churches, playgrounds, small item repair shops, bicycle repair shops, shopping centers, wholesale bakeries, and farmers markets. A few speakers also noted that the proposed boundary was a little bit large, and that there could be a discussion to go to the Main Street boundary, which is shown on the map on the screen in red outline. The Plan Board did take up this matter at their meeting last week and had the following recommendations. The boundary recommendation was to follow the Main Street boundary and not the quarter-mile radius from the courthouse. There were several uses that the planning board thought should be removed from the prohibited list, and those are highlighted on Exhibit A. I'm not sure if we have that's the list of prohibited uses as we started. Yeah, we didn't. So I'll read off the ones that the planning board is suggesting that the town board remove. Amusement, commercial, including bowling alleys, roller skating rinks, athletic fields, playgrounds, bingo games, clubs, lodges, private and nonprofit. There is a caveat to fitness centers that fitness centers would be allowed, but not fitness centers over 5,000 square foot would be prohibited. Churches and other places of worship would be removed from the prohibited list. Colleges, universities would be removed from the prohibited list. Nursing homes would be removed from the prohibited list. Pet grooming would be removed. Locksmith, gunsmith, repair and servicing of office and household equipment, small item repair shop, veterinary establishment, bicycle repair. There was a slight change to the building and hardware supply with open and without open storage. The board.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Okay.
Well, you missed one item, another caveat to theater.
Oh, the theater, yes. The
Yeah.
theater would be limited to 5,000 square feet. The indoor theater. Thank you, Mom. The plan board considered the building and hardware supply use and thought that the use of a hardware store would be something that this town would want to see in its downtown. So they wanted to parse out hardware store from the building and hardware supply use. Convenience stores without gas pumps is a suggestion from the planning board. Nightclubs, bars, taverns to be removed from the prohibited list. Transportation terminals, passenger, bakeries and bottle works, shopping centers, and tobacco shops. Again, you've had the public hearing open. You may have gotten some feedback from the public in the 2 weeks that we've been here. I can answer any questions that you have. The way I think, when you get to a point that you're ready to approve, the ordinance that's in your packet has all the lit uses. What I would want you to do is be specific in your motion to approve the ordinance and parse out some of these things. So.
Two other modifications. You mentioned splitting up building and hardware.
Yes.
And then on the back side of Exhibit A, then hardware was limited to under 500 or 500.
Oh, right. That's right. Yes.
We tried to qualify those.
Yes.
And since we left the public hearing open from last meeting, then we also are soliciting the opinions of people this evening. Patrick Bradshaw has signed up for the continuation of the public hearing overlay district. So, Patrick.
Madam Mayor, Commissioners, my name is Patrick Bradshaw. My law partner, Nick Robinson, and I own property at 128 Hillsborough Street, which is within the proposed overlay district. And I have a couple of technical questions that I would have raised directly with Mr. Jones, but I only discovered them late today, so here we are. Jeff, do I understand correctly that there will not be a list of permitted uses in the overlay district, so the permitted use table will not be amended?
The permitted uses, if it's not prohibited, it would be permitted.
Okay. So you're not going to amend the permitted use table to add permitted use table. So right now, 5.9.3 reads, uses permitted by right in this district are those uses permitted both in the downtown overlay district and the base zoning district of the property in question. It seems to me that it would be better if that said, are those uses permitted in the base zoning district of the property in question and not prohibited in the downtown overlay district?
I think at one time we were thinking we were going to modify the table, but we came to a conclusion that prohibiting uses is an easier way to go, so that's a good catch.
Okay. And then similarly, in the list of prohibited uses, one of the listed uses is retail businesses not otherwise listed. It seems to me that that would have the effect of prohibiting all retail uses.
Yeah, I think, so how I've described it to this board and the planning board is that use and uses like it when it says wholesale uses not otherwise listed, that's a catch-all that allows for discretion from the staff to say that use isn't black and white, but it fits within a personal service or some other type of retail that would fit in that category. That's why that category is there.
Okay. Well, I wonder if that works. I mean, I think this was taken from a list of affirmative permitted uses so that it would have allowed these uses if they weren't otherwise listed. But it seems clear to me that if it stays like it is written now, that all retail businesses would be prohibited in this overlay.
Maybe it'd be better to take that off the list completely.
So that's one of mine.
Oh, you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would like to remove it.
And you know, wholesale establishments, that has the same effect. I don't particularly care about that. We might want to prohibit those, but I think the same logic applies. So those are my only comments.
Thanks, Patrick. So, proceeding here then, we have the planning board's recommendation. Bette Wilson Foley, who was not able to be here tonight, had made some suggestions. Brian Grusbeck has those listed.
Yes, thank you. Bette indicates in her email that, and I quote, "I would like to advocate for the removal of the following items from the list of unallowed uses in the overlay district, though we should limit their size. Theater, a small theater for plays or alternate films would be a lovely addition to the downtown. Next paragraph would also like to allow stage outdoors for performances and films, perhaps on the lawn between the annex buildings and the Justice Center. Farmers markets, churches, in parentheses, limit size, question mark. Then finally, and perhaps allow therapeutic massage, though perhaps this is okay on the outskirts of downtown." Thanks, Bette. That's
Great.
trying to interpret that literally. So.
Thank you. Okay.
I have one question, Jeff. On the restaurant, the drive-in, drive-through, I know Hardee's is in this district, and explain this again. If they have a fire
Right, so
structure,
if the structure was damaged more than 50%, then they wouldn't, essentially for Hardee's, they wouldn't be allowed to have a drive-through any longer. But if it was less than that, they could repair and go about their business. Maintenance, normal maintenance of structures is allowed. It would have to be out of business for more than 6 months before it would be deemed that it could, if it was not compliant, it would have to be something else. So, but if it stays in business and stays operating, it's good.
and my question, I guess, is this something that we want to abandon? I mean, if something happens to a restaurant, most times they rebuild better.
That may be to your fellow board members.
That was just a question I had regarding that. I was just thinking about some other drive-ins, but that is the only one.
I think that might be the one.
Yeah.
Is Al's not in the zone?
Walgreens?
That's a pharmacy, that's retail. That's not, there's no use that says drive-through for pharmacy. That would be allowed.
Well, I brought up the idea that the quarter-mile radius was figured, well, that region was more far-reaching than I thought it would be, and made the suggestion that we consider using the Main Street boundary. And Planning Board has looked at that and made that recommendation. So I agree and would propose that we modify the boundary to be the area inscribed within the red line as opposed to the black circle.
And with respect to uses, did you have a list that you wanted to convey?
I do. And I'm in general agreement with what the Planning Board has highlighted. However, I would like to remove from the list theater, indoor and outdoor, regardless of size. Looking to the future where I'd like to see a performing arts theater in downtown, and I would not like to restrict it to 500 square feet. I would like to remove open-air farmers markets from the list of excluded lists or uses. I would like to remove from the list garden center, retail nursery. I would like to remove retail businesses not otherwise listed.
What was the one before that?
Garden center, I want to remove that. And I think I would like to keep on the list one that they're suggesting we get rid of, and that is transportation terminals, passenger. Just don't see that happening. So those are my ideas on uses.
Okay. Other lists or exclusions or things that the Planning Board recommended that we would rather see included?
I don't have one right now that I'd rather see included, but I thought we had put on there gun shops that were wanted on the list of the.
Yeah, shooting galleries.
No. That's for sale.
I view that differently. Yeah, we did discuss that. Yeah. Just go ahead and put that.
We can't put it on the list if it's not on the list now. I didn't.
So you did on the 14th speak back pawn shops and gun shops, but we didn't get it on the list. We got pawn shops on the list. So we'll have to save that for another day.
I'm sure we'll be amending it from time to time.
But let's strike gunsmiths, because I think that locksmithing is certainly acceptable. But keep gunsmith as a prohibition.
All right. So then what we have at this point then would be the removal of churches, farmers market, therapeutic massages from the prohibited list, according to Bette Wilson Foley. And Jay, do you want to formalize your wish to have drive-through restaurants or not to have drive-through restaurants?
Well,
Prohibited.
I don't know, I just,
How does the board feel about drive-through restaurants?
Well, it does not meet the intent statement or purpose statement of the overlay.
I agree.
I think that's the basis.
It could be outside the downtown area.
Right.
Okay.
could leave us with an empty storefront for a long time. It burns. That's what I'm just looking down the road.
Well, Jay, I am as well, and I don't think if you've heard me say this on numerous occasions, that I don't think we should have a nonconformity that is subject to a percentage of the value that disqualifies it from being redeveloped. I think somebody has a hardship such as the fire, or whatever, that destroyed their business, they ought to be able to rebuild it. So I would suggest we
can address that.
modify the 50%
Yeah.
to 100%.
Right.
So, but that's
I'm good
not on
with
the
that.
table at the moment.
Right.
Okay, and then Michael, he was suggesting to keep, to go ahead and allow theaters, farmers markets, garden centers, retail not otherwise listed in transportation terminals. So that would be, so the motion would be, if anyone were choosing to make it, that the boundary would revert to the Main Street revised boundary that we did a couple of months ago, as designated here by the red line on the map, and to remove those things that Bet, Jay, and Michael Fiocco had denominated.
And go with the planning board's recommendations.
And planning board's
except for
recommendations, thank you.
Michael's changes to those.
And except for gunsmiths.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
That's right.
So to be clear, gunsmiths would come off the list.
Right.
Theaters, indoor theater, outdoor would come off the list.
From the planning board's list.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Right. Open air farmers markets would come off the list. Garden center, retail nursery would come off the list. Retail businesses not otherwise listed would come off the list. Transportation terminals would stay on the list. The transportation terminal, let's get clarity on this, is not a bus stop.
Right. That's right. It would be where, like, even if you had a Greyhound bus terminal. Yeah.
Okay, so
I'd also like to ensure that we have clarity on massage parlors being prohibited and therapeutic massage being allowed.
Yeah.
The distinction is that in North Carolina, there are certification programs and licensure. So you can ask to see that.
Right. That's how I would read it. That's how I would going forward. I'd want to clean that use up a little bit in the UDO too. Get rid of the term parlor.
Yes.
I think that's not what we're looking for, but I know what we're looking for. Victoria.
Marvelous.
now we have a two-stage issue here. The first thing we have to do is say that what we're planning to do by virtue of this is consistent with the zoning text described, and so that consistency statement would be the first motion to be made.
Before we go any further, let me clarify something. Are we taking off the locksmiths and gunsmiths
We're taking,
off the list?
we're allowing locksmiths,
Yes.
not gunsmiths.
That's right.
And why is that, man?
In the downtown area.
Because you don't carry a gun, you don't want to see a gun in downtown repair?
No, it's not that it. That's not it. I just don't think that use needs to be in our downtown area.
That's your opinion too.
Is there, further?
One other thing I'm just a little concerned about, and I've had some calls regarding this, is the boundary. And I did mention this about going into the boundaries like the Main Street is, but sometimes I've had several people ask me that we're expanding our authority, was the words that people have come to me with. You know, we're taking over too much area. You know, we're going what? 4 blocks, almost 5 blocks east and west, and 4.5 blocks north and south.
I don't think
Should we be in that block area that goes to Fayetteville Street to Masonic. I mean, just asking, these are just questions that come to me. Of course, nobody is here that spoke to me about it. So I'm just relaying a message.
I don't think we're expanding the authority. The authority's already there through the zoning regulations of the road, zoning designation of the property. We're simply modifying the uses.
Right.
It's not an
We are.
expansion.
Yeah, but we are
We're
more or less
modifying.
letting people having prohibited uses in some of these areas.
Yeah, we're adding to that list, definitely.
Was it a particular one they were referencing? Reference to what?
Oh, you're talking about on this list? No, they were just more concerned about their property, and the town is trying to tell them what to do with their land.
Randy,
I said it.
Yeah.
did you have a comment, Randy?
Just one quick question. If you're going to change the map, the two areas, the two southern states and the Chandler Concrete, which are in your bigger circle, and I can understand shrinking to Main Street, we never would have put that into Main Street because they're really not conforming uses, but you may want to consider whether you want to keep them in. They can operate as they always have, but those are the only two really heavier uses that you have in your thing. And that was my question, just, you know, that one change, that's really the one thing that you might want to think about. Thank you for your time there.
Well, we do have a heavier use in the old, what I refer to as the old hosiery plant, the up there on Creedle and Hanks. But
they're closed now, so according to Jeff's rules, this will totally change, right, Jeff? They've been closed for well over 2 years. So once you do this, but those are in operation. That's just the question I raised.
oh, the I'll entertain a motion then on this matter with respect to first the consistency and second the text amendment.
For clarity's sake, I want to be perfectly clear. Can we go through, so first of all, you'll want to do the Main Street boundary instead of the 25 quarter-mile radius, correct? Do y'all want to
I think that's what the motion intended.
amend what Patrick Bradshaw had commented on, the language?
I would suggest that.
The one about
Yes,
the-
yes, we do that.
Okay.
We felt it.
And with the list of uses,
And that statement is to clarify that a use permitted in the underlying zoning district is only prohibited if it's prohibited in the overlay district. That's right, yes.
and for the list of uses, of the planning board did, so we went down the list, pick on, say the use, and then say whether you're going to accept it or not. On the list.
It's easier for us to say how we're modifying their list.
Yeah. I got it. I think I got it.
Are we doing them simple business? There seemed to be a question.
I think the motion will, when we get there, it will be to remove or to keep that on the prohibited list. So,
A gunsmith and gun repair are two different uses, for whatever that's worth. A gunsmith makes guns by hand or with machine.
we don't have a use for gun repair either. It could be a small item.
As long as not otherwise listed as FN, you're free to go.
Proceed on.
Is there a motion about the consistency of the work we're doing here?
Motion to approve the consistency statement.
Very good, thank you. Is there a motion to close the public hearing? So moved. Moved by Pamela Baldwin, seconded by Michael Fielder. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Thank you, the motion carries. Is there a motion on the consistency of the downtown overlay district?
Motion to approve the consistency statement.
Moved by Michael Fiocco. Seconded by Pamela Baldwin. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Now, with respect to the text amendment, the planning board recommendation and the matter addressed by Patrick Bradshaw and the amendments that have been made by the board with respect to suggestions by Jay Farrell, Michael Fiocco, and the gunsmiths. Is there a motion with respect to that text amendment? With the boundary being that is supplied by Main Street.
So moved.
Moved by John Bonnet. Seconded by Pamela Baldwin. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Board.
Thank you. Next, we have a service agreement for Main Street, Pittsburgh. Ryan Grisbeck will lead us in that discussion.
Thanks again, Madam Mayor. The agreement that you have before you for this particular agenda item is proposed agreement between Main Street Pittsboro and the town of Pittsboro. And this is an agreement that was discussed with you a couple of months ago. As you're aware, Main Street Pittsboro has been doing a pretty good job of promoting the downtown through events, marketing, and some pretty good work along the way. They also heard they've been active in weighing in on the overlay discussion and have been a real good advocate for our downtown. The agreement that you have before you tonight was reviewed and approved by our town attorney. We believe that it does address some of the concerns that not only we had before, but now in terms of gathering additional information and documentation that the town needs as far as their bylaws and board and insurance and things of that nature. We think we have a better product now than what we did then. And from an overall staff perspective, we think that the agreement does allow us with some flexibility and efficiency in terms of how the Main Street collects and allocates the funds in the Main Street district. So tonight, asking for you to review and provide any feedback, and if appropriate, authorize execution of the agreement. With that, I'd open it up for any comments, questions, or concerns.
I have one question. Well, my phone's been ringing. This is just for Main Street, more or less. And this question came to me. Is any of this tax money, is it any personnel being paid by this money?
No.
Okay. Thank you. That's the only question I have. Thank you. I assume that, but until it's for the record. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I have a question about the distinction between 4A and 4D. 4A talks about town agrees to compensate Main Street Pittsboro for services pursuant to the approved initial current year program. And this will happen within 15 days. And yet, item D talks about the funds being appropriated semi-annually.
I think the first 4A was with regard to the issue of the town dispersing remaining money for this fiscal year.
Gotcha.
I think there's kind of an artifact at this point.
Yeah, okay.
So
that's where I thought that was the distinction, so I understand.
I had a note to say something, and you got it.
Any other? Are there any other questions on board? Okay. Motion by Michael Fiocco, seconded by John Bonnet. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next item is the update on Town Hall. Brian Bridgebeck and Taylor Hawks will lead us in that discussion.
Just briefly, I'll turn this over to Taylor really quick, but as you recall from previous updates, we have been working on the programming aspect of pre-design for the Town Hall complex. What we have before you this evening, I just want to preface, and I'm sure Taylor will get to that as well, that these are very preliminary ideas that have been generated based on a discussion of what kind of space may be needed for basic town functions. By far and away, not yet a finished product, and that's kind of what we're coming to you this evening forward with that.
Okay, thank you very much. Nice to be with you all tonight. Talking about this most exciting project that will impact our town forevermore. We've enjoyed working on it thus far, and look forward to hearing your thoughts on the information you're about to see related to the Phase 1 pre-design study. And just to restate where we are, there's what we call Phase 1 pre-design. That's aimed at establishing the scope of the project, which ultimately sets the budget. And that's really based on site plan issues, the size of the building, the massing and appearance of the building. Those three things basically lead into the budget. And we're here to talk about, in one form or another, 3 of the 4 of those. Not ready to discuss budget tonight. That probably is for a later discussion based on some of what you all approve. I don't think we're here for approvals tonight, but we will be there and at some point at a future meeting at which we'll ultimately talk about budget. So that being said, first slide. Let me also say, this is Bob Emerson. I'm sorry. He's with Emerson Land Design. He is the landscape architect of the Page Vernon Park. There we go. And he'll be talking about some site issues. Grimsley Hobbs is back as well, so he's here. But this slide is sort of a macro view, looking down with the courthouse in the bottom, the historic courthouse in the bottom right, working your way north along Hillsborough Street. You come to Salisbury and then Hanks above that. And what this really shows is our urban density, our core is along Hillsborough Street. And you see how dense those properties are. And as you move west, within a block it breaks down into more open spaces, buildings without party walls, individual one-story buildings, churches, residences. We have the old Biolex plant to the north. So really a mix of uses, and we want to try to be respectful of all those that were in, right in a historic district. We want to be respectful to all those uses in terms of scale, site, how big the building is on certain streets, how high the building is, how tall it is. So there's a lot of building program going into a 1 1/4 acre site. Zooming in, just next slide, a tad to the actual site, you see Salisbury to the south, Hanks to the north. We have a site that's basically totally impervious at the moment with the old thrift store and then the large parking lot. So part of the scope of this is there'll be an initial demo project which removes the building and the parking, and then sets the stage for the future building project that we're talking about. Quite a bit of slope on this site. I think between Hanks and Salisbury, high to low, there's somewhere around 25 feet. Is that correct? 27 feet. So challenging, but presents opportunities as well. We have a 2-level parking deck plan. You can enter off of Salisbury Street as well as Hanks. There's no ramp, but it lends itself to an efficient parking deck that occupies a large portion of the site. Again, you can see as you get further west, that's where there's the law office on the corner of Fayetteville Street, Pittsburgh Baptist, just west of that, Postal Fish, Salon Blue. There's a residence in the lower left-hand corner, and there's duplexes to the upper left-hand corner. So that's sort of the setting the stage for the site. Next slide, please. And just quick images, just to refamiliarize yourself with the area. You can see this is the sort of commercial, institutional church on the bottom, Pittsburgh Baptist, bottom right. But very simple one-story structures right across, neighbors to the site. We have a four-story building plan. So how we do this needs to be thoughtful and respectful. Next slide. And immediately adjacent to that, you have some historic homes. And so the scale breaks down even further. So in a transitional zone, and just we're keeping that at our forefront of our thoughts on how we think about this. Next slide. We ran a number of site studies and options and ideas. We just want to run through these briefly to try to let you understand our thinking thus far. We consider this a conversation, but we want you to see how we've thought about it to this point. And Rob is going to take it from here and take it through the next couple of slides.
Good evening. My name is Rob Emerson. As Taylor mentioned, I'm with Emerson Land Planning, and thanks for having us here this evening. Taylor has kind of gone through much of the site context. Again, it's about an acre and a quarter of site, high point at the northeast corner, low point at the southwest corner, 27 feet of grade change in between, so that's a challenge. It does also present some opportunities for us. We did a lot of site studies, piles and piles of tracing paper. These are 3 of the schemes. So I would say we pretty rapidly concluded that the right place for a building, and we're talking about a 40,000 square foot building, so it is a large building, that's nearly an acre. We pretty rapidly concluded that the building belonged in the southwest corner on the lower portion of the site. That does a lot of things for us. It helps keep the building from looming over downtown and dominating the skyline. And interestingly, as Taylor mentioned, you can kind of see in the site section down at the bottom of this image, which is cut, it's cut this way through the site, north south through the site. So it's showing that the street grade on the left side is about 17 feet of grade change, which fortunately works out to about the floor height that we'd like to have on the first floor of the building. So it enables us to bring folks in at the street level on Salisbury Street, and also to bring perhaps staff in at a second floor level from Hanks. From a zoning standpoint, we're in the Central Commercial District. There's 100% lot coverage allowed, no setbacks, maximum building height 50 feet. We're working on that one, but not a lot of constraints from a zoning perspective. The criteria that we were working with was, first of all, to find the right spot for this big building, to maximize the amount of parking spaces. I guess maybe a better way to say it is just strike a balance between fitting this building on site and fitting an appropriate number of parking spaces, which can serve downtown businesses after hours and on the weekends. We wanted to consider the ways that people will arrive at this important building, whether on foot or by car. We want to provide an appropriate amount of public space. We certainly can improve the streetscape, improve the connectivity to downtown. We've got many different users, many different functions of this building, first-time visitors, staff, administrative offices. We've got large public meetings. We want a building that's beautiful and secure, but welcoming. And one of the things that we really worked hard on through these concepts was to minimize the impact of this big building on its surroundings. We've also got some kind of, not particularly glorious things to think about, trash handling and electrical transformers and generators that a big public building like this needs. This site doesn't really have a backyard. We've got 2 important street frontages. We've got a law office next door and some commercial properties, so we had to find some places to put our backyard types of things. We want to make efficient use of the existing infrastructure. And interestingly, although this entire site is paved, all the storm drainage just basically runs into Salisbury Street and down the gutter. So we think that we have an opportunity to capture and treat the runoff from our roof and our parking, treat it, and then put it into the public storm drainage system in a way that helps mitigate an already undersized stormwater system. Could I have the next slide, please? I'm sorry, could you go back one? Jump the gun a little bit. So, again, the three schemes up at the top are just representative of three different ways that we looked at it. The one in the middle being sort of a suburban approach where there's an arrival and a drop-off loop that comes into the site. We discarded that fairly rapidly, and we focused on a more urban building. This is an urban site, an urban building. We want the building to properly address the street. We think it's important that we have a streetscape that provides for on-street parking and also wide sidewalks and street trees so that it's a beautiful and pleasant place for people to walk from downtown to the town hall. And again, the section down below is sort of illustrating how those the two tiers of parking would work with pedestrian access from Salisbury Street and some vehicular access from Hank Street. We worked with Taylor and his team a lot on taking these sort of early generation loose sketches that we did, overlaying them with the detailed site survey and the real topography to make sure that we were going down a path that was realistic. We have looked at the grades in detail, and I think one of the more important conclusions that Taylor will want to talk about a little bit is how we've tried to break the mass of this building down. We just started with a 40,000 square foot bubble. We didn't know how many stories that was or how big it was exactly. Where we are currently is that we've got a building with larger floor plates on the lower levels and then a smaller floor plate on the top floor, which allows that top floor to step back from Salisbury Street to be a little more respectful of the surroundings. So this plan is showing you the ground floor with vehicular access coming in at the southeast corner and then the sort of formal pedestrian public access. Again, this is just representative of, we've not solved this puzzle. This is, it's a good plan. It's probably not going to be the final plan. And the next slide shows what the upper level would look like, and this is, so it's 2 floors of structured parking, but they're not connected in between. There's no ramp from the lower level to the upper level. It's the level of structured parking. And we're achieving 59 parking spaces on the lower level, 49 on the upper for 108 spaces. I think we're probably adding about 6 or 7 new on-street spaces as well with this layout.
The only thing I would add to this slide is you see that the upper parking level has been pulled away from the building on the north side, and we see that area is where we could put a chiller, a generator, a lot of the things that are unsightly, but it gives us a space to put them and allows light, ambient light, to get down into that first floor area. So it sort of serves a dual purpose. And if you see, there's a connection, a little gray connection from the parking deck into the building. That would be a pedestrian bridge into the building on the north side for the upper level deck. So the 3 things that I hope come through in this slide that the site's all about the building, the parking deck, and outdoor public space. It's just that simple. In the greenish area, there's a lot of or ample space, we think, given to an outdoor welcoming plaza, especially on your approach as you walk from Hillsborough Street. And this is the balance between those three that we, at this point, feel is appropriate. We have some images that will flush this out a little more. And when we were developing these site plans, we were also doing space programming, which is really what you need, next slide, to determine how big a building is. And space programming, it not only accounts for how many staff offices, but it also takes into account the mechanical rooms, the janitorial space, the common break rooms, restrooms, thicknesses of walls. So it's the square footages you see here are gross square footages, with obviously the program spaces needed for each department, but also the ancillary spaces as well. And we, along with Mr. Brucebeck, we sat down with the town, the police, the administration, the finance, and planning, community development with Jeff, and we've had really one round of space programming. We feel relatively good with our numbers, and you can see that for the town, for the 1 to 5 years, we're around 20,000 square feet, plus or minus. And then for the 5 to 10 year outlook, we're adding another 3,000. So we're somewhere in the 23,000 square foot 10-year plan for the town, which for a 4-story building, we've got the first 3 floors are 11,000 square feet, and then the 4th one drops back to about 9. So let's just say the town takes 2 of those, we're 22, 23,000. That should work. I know there's talk about the county, but that's been the discussion in the planning as far as the county. The way we understand it would take roughly half the building, 2 floors. So, and then for the 20-year outlook, we're just not there yet. We need to do more discussion about that. How rapidly are we going to grow? How big are we going to be? That seems to be elusive at the moment, so we feel more comfortable with the 10-year outlook, but we will be working on the longer-term outlook as well, because the way we understand it, the county would have a 10-year lease, and then after that 10 years, they move out, and that vacated space is expansion for the town as we grow. So for right now, in pretty good shape with the space planning for the town. The county, we sat down with Mr. Dan LaMontagne, Assistant County Manager, along with Mr. Brucebeck, and with also representatives of the Board of Elections, the Health Department, and Parks and Recreation. And those were the 3 departments that had been, that was the county's thinking of what would go in the building. And the result of that is there's actually, between those 3, from what we heard, we think that there's around 25,000 square feet of need just in the 1 to 5 years, and then another 5,000 or so in the next 5 to 10, which you can see that would be over half the building. So I think there's some discussion there with the county that needs to be had as whether they pare down. This was a bucket list. They said everything they want. So does that need to be curtailed? If you look, 2 of the departments would work. And one of the things I think the town's going to need to have some discussions is what of the 3 that are being talked about, they're pretty high impact uses of the building and site, at least Board of Elections and Parks and Recreation. Certainly as impactful as the town. Board of Elections wants to have an early voting site there, which will dictate the use of a large space. It's lockable. They change the locks. They'll have people outside with voting stations are set up. So there's that. The Parks and Recreation, they bring a lot of people to the building. They have large classes, loud music, dancing. In our heads, it was more of an office type setting but once we programmed it, it's a much heavier use that the county has talked to us about. So I think that's going to warrant some discussion for the board, and we can try to help facilitate that, but that's going to be a decision that's needed. So anyway, depending on what ultimately goes in, and if the county gets 2 floors, some modifications are going to have to be made. But for where we are now, our thinking is the town on 2 floors, the county on 2 floors. And that's certainly not set in stone, but it seems to be a way to start the discussion. Next slide. So I'll run through these rather rapidly. We talked about the site and how you get in the building. This is the first floor off Salisbury Street. You enter through this public pedestrian plaza. Next slide. And these are considered very loose, but enough to start the conversation. We see the commissioner meeting room as front and center on Salisbury Street. It's celebrated. It has a prominent position. It's sort of the home of town government. So it has a special spot pulled off the building. And you enter on this east side of the building. The public comes in. There's a vertical circulation back on the north side, adjacent to the parking level. So that when the public enters the building, they're sort of contained at the east side. They have access down to the public, to the commissioner meeting room, public restrooms. We do have, this shows the finance department on the first floor, where water payments are allowed down the corridor. But once you get beyond that, through card reader doors, it becomes a much more secure facility. And even for the commissioners, there's an access off the far side. It gives access to an antechamber and shared break room and things of that the public does not have access to. This building's a lot more porous than this one would be. So that's sort of the idea. Second floor, next slide. Again, just remember you have this bridge coming in off of the parking into this back area, what I call the back area, but it's the Hank side. And that next slide. So you come in, and again, is that third? Next, go back one. Yeah. So you can see the bridge on the upper side. You come in, you're immediately you have 2 choices. You can go down the elevator, or you can go down the stairs to the common lobby. There's a chance if that's another department, we can pick them up with another receptionist, but we see sort of a greeter down in the first floor. And this, you pick people up coming in on the second floor with wayfinding, and they have a choice to either go to the department here or go down. And again, Rob talked about it. We have a high 17 feet floor to floor, first floor to second floor. It gives us high ceilings in the council chamber. But above the council chamber on the south side, we would have a series of offices. This was thought of as a great place for, it could be the mayor, town manager. There's a lot of, those are going to be really good views, prominent location. And so that was a thought with the town on the first 2 floors. And then next floor, third is just sort of a copy. It's more of just the admin office layout. This was thought of as county space. And you go up a floor, 4th floor, what you see is, this is where Rob talked about it, that this form where the council chamber is 2 floors below, it steps back and you have a chance for a rooftop terrace that will be the best view of downtown. You'll be up, elevated, you'll have a panoramic view of Hillsborough, great shot of the historic courthouse, great shot down Salisbury towards the residences. And we see that as a real opportunity, and it sort of challenged my thinking. It might be a good idea to have the town on the 1st and 4th floors, with the county in the middle, because the Board of Elections, they really need access for voting machines and that off of one of the first 2 levels. So those are the types of discussions and thinking that are going to determine how this building functions. It's pretty tricky with the uses that have been proposed with the county, but this 4th floor opportunity with the rooftop terrace really is going to be some prime real estate. And I'll sort of end with a series of images just to show how this might. These are called massing studies. You don't really see what the building looks like, but you see how the masses would work and how we try to break down the scale off of Salisbury and work back on the 4-story side of Hanks. So this is a view looking from Hillsborough Street, a little bit of you're up off the street a little bit, and you see in the back, down Salisbury, that is the break of the building. The three-story mass on Salisbury, it steps back to the 4-story mass on Hanks. That helps us with our building height limitations. It helps us with the scale of the building and respecting the surrounding neighborhoods, in our opinion. Next slide. You can see this is walking across the Hillsborough, the Woodwright shop on the left. You can get a sense of what, the size of this from a street view. Next slide. This is a view working down Salisbury. You turn into the site. You go into that lower level parking. You see the upper level parking just above that off Hanks. You see the opportunity for a pedestrian plaza as you enter this building. And this is Salon Bleu, the building in the back of Gene's Restaurant, soda shop here, that sort of weird gravel area back there. But you can see that really sets up that axis of that back alley. It really lines up with the entrance to the site. So there's some opportunity future there as well. So next slide. This is a view from looking south at this upper level parking deck. You see the scale of the buildings on Hillsborough Street. You see this is the side of the 4-story section on Hanks, the pedestrian plaza below, the entrance off Salisbury Street, the convenience store just to the east. Next slide. You looking up Hanks. You see the entrance to the upper level deck off Hanks Street, law office. It's got a big neighbor coming. Postal fish. These are all just to get a sense of what we're talking about here. This is around 42,000 square feet of building and site development with 2 levels of parking. Next slide. This is looking up Salisbury. You can see the 3-story section with a rooftop. Be a great place to sort of overlook the town. One more bird's eye, and one thing I did a couple days ago, I went to the back corner site. This is taken from the back corner, about right here, looking back towards the courthouse. And even at street level, next slide, this is the view. And so think about being up 2 floors. Even being in an office, the office view is going to be great, but we see that rooftop terrace as a real plus potentially as a place to. We just want to capture space on that smaller mass, and we think it has a real opportunity to do that. So that's really where we are, and I guess for us to move forward, we really, at some point need to address the county uses. Site plan and massing studies that we've talked about, and we're trying to get to the budget, and that informs that. And I know levels of sustainability is going to play into that. So that's where we are. And we can answer any questions you may have.
Did the Board of Elections indicate their future program to incorporate all electoral activities in this space, or all polling activities, or just the same program that they're currently doing, where they do early voting?
It's early voting
with another site for.
It's early. My understanding is it's early voting. It would take up 15 days at each election cycle. And they would have to have access to around 1,500 square foot space. That they changed the locks. You all, I'm sure, familiar with all that. But it's pretty. It limits the use of certain portions of the building pretty stringently during that period. And the way that they really need first or second floor access, and when we talked about the council chamber being on the first floor, the idea they were like, well, that would be a great space for us to be able to use. And then that also raises the question, is this council chamber, is it more of a multifunctional space with movable chairs that makes it, or is it more flexible, or is it a slope floor with fixed seating that really makes it a much more static space, but is often how these spaces are developed. So that's a question as well. The Board of Elections saw the council chamber, if it was more of a multifunctional space, as what they want for early voting. So that's another sort of...
We're seeing it on the north side, second floor.
But yeah,
the Board of Elections.
Yeah, and then but you're going to have a lot of public going up into the building, and how they, it's just, do you want that? How does that work from a logistics and security standpoint?
Sure. Yeah, and this is a bit of a revelation. I've been hearing some of the kind of the rumors and rumblings, but I had, from the beginning, I had envisioned that this would be elements of county administration in the same building as our administration. And I thought that the dynamics, the synergies that would be provided with water cooler conversations and all of that, sharing the space, would just be immeasurably valuable for enhancement of cooperation between county and town. So this is a lot to think about.
It was a lot for us. We didn't expect to have, we didn't know what departments they were coming with, so it was a little of a surprise to us too, because we were thinking more along the terms of what you just described, based on the conversations we had.
How do we proceed from here, Taylor? Because I'm thinking that we've got a lot of thoughts and a lot of questions. That how do we incorporate all of that into you as you go forward?
Well, I think some discussions internally and with the county are appropriate, in terms of zeroing in on what's going in this building. We can make it work, but ultimately, I think it's the town hall, and it's going to be a long-term lease. And how do you want your building to function? So I think that there's a county interface that has to happen. We would like some direction on the site. Direction we've taken. If we could get, we need approval on that ultimately. If that can happen tonight, great. We didn't expect that tonight, but we need approval on a site plan. We need to talk about sustainability, levels of sustainability, and we need to talk about county uses. But those are the three check marks. We can do a series of meetings. It's really however you deem fit, but it's all in there.
Well, I'll echo the sentiment, John, you put forth, that I really thought of this building as an administrative office function. A couple of observations. When I think about access to the building, depending upon how that parking deck, that lower level parking deck is structured, that could be a place that is a dead end, and probably the public is maybe going to go in there and not find a parking space and have difficulty to get back out. So I honestly think that probably is staff parking primarily, whereas on the upper level you can see more readily the cars, and it does have turnaround. And with the lower level doesn't. Just general observations. Other observation, I know we've got to have trash collection, refuse, recycling, but I don't necessarily think prominently on the second floor as you drive into the driveway.
I've looked at that.
That's the
That's
location.
Right. I've looked at that.
Yeah, maybe tuck it over there by the generators and the convenience store. It's a thought.
Yeah, sure. These are flexible plans at this point. One last thing, we did space program the police department here as well, and looked at it in terms of its fit down at the new space or here. We can talk about that. It also would run a lot of the program and how the site works to be even more intense. We think it could fit well at this building, but certainly made no decisions. That is offer that for your thinking as well.
I think one of the key components of this building is parking. And I think with police presence, you've got a fleet to manage, and it's going to occupy that parking that we want so desperately fixed.
Yep.
This looks like a great beginning, and also just as John and Michael have indicated about the county, I thought that it would be administration as well as possibly the Board of Education. So this is a little new to me. Definitely, I never saw the Parks and Recreation because I know they do a lot.
Right.
So, but it's very promising.
It is. We feel it's only opportunities. We just need some guidance on what the town, how you want to proceed. We can make anything work as long as we have some direction. But those are the forks in the road that we need to attack, in our opinion, right now.
One additional question: where do we? What was the process to come up with the 40,000 square foot bubble as you described it?
That was sort of set from the beginning. That wasn't necessarily our process. That was a round number that it seemed to provide. The way I understand it, it seemed to provide for the immediate needs, plus, a fair amount of room for growth as we grow, but like it's going to be expected. But that wasn't necessarily set by.
Looking at the schematics, it looks almost like we could do more on that site if we wanted to push for greater density to downtown. But you've done an awful lot of work
Right.
with that size of mine. There are some really fine specimen trees on the neighboring lot. The law firm lot, and I'm a little curious if having that large mass so close to the property line might impact those. Just a point of curiosity. Mr. Emerson, if you have any thoughts on that, I would appreciate hearing back from you later. I don't want to put you on the spot now, but
I will absolutely look into it.
I think the question of fixed or non-fixed seating in the council chambers, I lean towards the fixed seating that creates an auditorium where we can have a really good exchange between the public and the board, both in person and audio-visual aspects of the room being a really, I know that you're standing at the podium and you and John are both having a tough time.
It's hard to do this,
right? So we've got, opportunities to really improve upon this environment right here. And, I've been to several chambers with fixed seating, and it is sloped floor, and it seems to really work well.
Yeah, this is not showing the slope here, just to get a sense of scale. This was shown as movable with storage rooms adjacent just to the north, and then there was talk about a subdividable wall in the middle. But you run the risk of making it more generic this way, and fixed seating. I mean, it's not hard to imagine. Think about the historic courthouse. That's fixed seating. There's one type of meeting that can happen, but it has a certain gravity that people seem to like. So those are more use questions. I don't know that it affects budget a whole lot. It's not a shared space anymore. That's thought of as shared space.
I know you're focusing on the building right now, but I know you're also working on site, and you've done, I think some really nice improvements for the pedestrian experience on Salisbury. I'd like to see what you're considering on Hanks as well. It's another important pedestrian area.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, the balance of what we've heard, and you can correct me, is that we want an outdoor public plaza gathering space as sort of the front door to the town. And that's what this attempts to balance, like I said, the building, the parking, and the outdoor experience. And I think, and this does that within the parameters of a size building that we talked about. So, but I do agree that some more work along Hanks is what too.
Taylor, do you have a stair tower?
Yes.
In the southeast corner of I'm thinking of the parking structure. So if I were on Hanks and I were to walk into that parking lot, could I go down a stair tower to get to Salisbury?
Yes. I'm sorry, I'm going the wrong way.
But right now we've got connectivity.
We got, well, if you look, let me see, it might show up better. We've got a stair program right here. So you could come, and there's no elevator program, but you can come to a stair tower at this corner and go down and up. Or you could come and go up Hanks. But there is a stair, exterior stair shown on that corner of the upper level.
So there is connectivity.
Correct. Correct. Exterior, certainly interior, but exterior as well, for people not going to the building.
And I do like this where you were proposing to have a chamber. I think that's excellent.
Well, thanks.
I like that.
Seemed appropriate.
Very appropriate.
That's a good question.
What are your thoughts about proceeding, Brian Grisbeck? As members of the board wish to have conference time with you and Taylor? Are there set meetings that they can come to? Or?
We haven't set anything in stone yet to this point. I think the purpose was to get back with you guys and see where we are now. You might recall from a couple of meetings ago, I kind of started introducing this notion of whether or not we wanted to think of this as activity space, or whether it was going to be administrative space, or a combination of the two. And it really wasn't until we had some of the programming discussions with the county that we kind of got into, whoa, there really is some serious activity space that they're requesting. Having said that, I do know that the county, and I'm kind of at arm's length involved with this, the county is currently starting to engage on a master plan for the area over by the governmental complex over by the old annex building. And so that may play into and feed how much of their staff needs could play into this. And certainly if you do take the direction that this should be more administrative space than, say, larger activity space, or at least in terms of how it's been proposed, then that's fair. That's input that we can pass along to the county and say, listen, we're thinking it might be more of this rather than that. And so I think this feedback that we've had here tonight, I think, is a really good start to that. The other thing I'd mention too is that I've brought up in the past is that we've talked about having some degree of larger public input with this. If that's something you're still interested in, we can certainly walk through something like that. Now, if you're not ready to do that and you want more board input and more staff input with this, then that's fair too. But just let us know when you think you're comfortable in doing that as well. To come full circle, this is kind of really where we're at. Is we're kind of at this point where we need to start really getting your help in starting to answer some of these questions. I think Taylor too brought up the possibility or the real question that we almost really started to discuss before Taylor got engaged with this, which is what do we do with the police department, and do we want to locate the police department in this location, or do we want to think about locating the police department in another location or in this facility that we're in right now? So those are some things that we're going to have to really start chewing at, and we need some help doing that. So I think we've come out as far as we can at this point.
But I will reiterate, this is phase one. Not everything has to be figured out. This is really a scoping exercise. These areas I've talked about need to be figured out, but all of this, once we get to the real project, there'll be plenty more time to get things in detail. But these are large strokes aimed at flushing out the scope of the project so we can get to a budget. That's where we are.
Well, since this is our first shot at it, so to speak, I'm thinking we need a little marination
Yep,
time.
I figured you might.
And so let's plan to get back together at some point so that, I've got some notes here, but I think between the agenda and the hour, we need to do it another time.
Okay, well, I appreciate your time.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity.
We're excited. Thank you. All right. Victoria Bailiff, the next thing we have is a text amendment to the use table for the Pittsburgh zoning ordinance with respect to crematorium. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor, and to the board. This is our zoning text amendment 2018-02. It's for crematoriums. This is not a continuation, but we held a public hearing on May 29th. There was a couple of citizens who spoke in favor of the amendment. The amendment is essentially removing crematoriums from C2 and O&I and creating two separate useless funeral homes and crematoriums only being allowed in our industrial zoning district M1 and M2. The planning board did hear this zoning text amendment at their meeting last week and voted 6-0 in favor of moving forward with the text amendment.
Questions from the board?
I do have a question in reference to it. Basically, that, when we looked at where the zoning changes, some of that area behind Potterstone and close to, seemed like to me, close to Horton School would be allowed, those crematoriums would be allowed.
Currently, there's a large swath of land that is zoned M2 that would allow for crematoriums, yes.
I have a little problem with that.
I think we need to look at zoning in those areas.
Okay, that's what I'd like to hear.
Yes.
Because I do not want a crematorium close to a Horton School or close to residential neighborhood.
Any further questions? Is that it? Judge
One
Jones, is that?
question, just out of the blue. I know we had a couple of people that spoke against the crematorium, and also we didn't get a chance to. Now, I didn't get a chance to really get some information on the crematorium. I don't know that much about it. Patrick Bradshaw was here, I'm sure, representing Mr. Donaldson, but I would like to possibly table this until I get some more information on this.
Is that a motion, Jay Farrell?
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to make a motion to table it for 2 weeks till we get a little more information on the crematorium and...
Are you talking about scientific information or?
Well, I mean, the information that we got came from 2 neighbors in the neighborhood there, but yes, I'd like a little more information. I mean, just their opinion does not give us back.
Is there a second to Jay Farrell's motion to delay 2 weeks?
Sorry.
Moved by Jay Farrell, seconded by Michael Fiocco. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Oh, more discussion? Thank you.
So, Commissioner Farrell, you're interested in hearing more about the proposed project, or more about the pros and cons of having that kind of use in proximity to restaurants and residential areas?
Well, repeat that question.
So are you wanting to learn more about having a crematorium, or wanting to learn more about why we
Both.
not have it?
But where and a little more about it, I'm not expert on it. I don't know any of it, so I really, I'll just like this. We have a motion and a second.
Yeah, I appreciate your interest in wanting to be thorough. I'm not an expert, but I've studied combustion engineering a lot from my prior work, And it's a challenge to talk about this without being too gory, but when we burn things, if they're wet, we have a much higher chance of pollution emissions that are far more toxic and carcinogenic. Additionally, there's the matter of dental amalgam, tooth fillings. And there are areas where this use is allowed with conditions such as removal of amalgam before incineration. And it's essentially incineration because we're not getting any energy out of the thing being burned. I know a little bit about the state and federal law regulating these kinds of sources of pollution too. And as far as the state government is concerned, there's no controls. There's no oversight, there's no regulation over these small sources of pollution. And it's for those reasons that I have no problem whatsoever about this proposal. I'm ready to move on it tonight. And I think we need to move on it tonight. And I think this is the kind of example of the situation where having greater staff capacity in the past, when the land use plan was worked on, this probably would have been recognized and addressed years ago, and it wouldn't have even been contemplated in an area so close to residences, restaurants, school. So I'm afraid that I can't support your motion, and I would have to vote against it because I think that we do need to protect public health in this matter and move quickly and encourage this particular development to occur in an outlying area. I'm sorry, Commissioner Terrell, but
that's fine.
Thank you.
Any further board comments?
I just have a comment. I'm not an expert, but I just cannot be in favor of having a crematorium that close to children residents, if it still remains around the area that it is in terms of voluntary ownership. So I'm not opposed to a crematorium, but not just in that particular area. And right now, it would be allowed in that area. That's my main problem, that it would be allowed at the back of the building, because it is done for that, and around the park service. Those are my main concerns. But I can understand you want to delay and read some additional information about the things in reference to crematoriums and scientific information and so forth and so on. I can certainly understand that.
Thank you.
Definitely more interest in that information, I will support it.
Are we ready to vote then? Those in favor of Jay Farrell's motion, seconded by Michael Fiocco, to delay the matter 2 weeks, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carried. And will be adjourned and will be brought on the next agenda. The next item of business is a special use permit regarding a highway patrol tower on Fire Tower Road.
Alright, the special use permit 2018-01. The North Carolina Department of Public Safety is proposing the construction of a communication tower located at the end of Pittsboro Fire Tower Road. The site is zoned RA residential agriculture, and in this district, communication towers over 50 feet in height are required to obtain a special use permit. The proposed tower is to be 380 feet in height and located in the center of a 5-acre parcel. The tower is located at least 100 feet from any residence. The security fencing is 8 feet in height. Existing vegetation will be used for screening purposes and will be supplemented with evergreens on the northwest side. A public hearing was held on May 29, 2018. No citizen presented evidence against the request. The commissioners, however, posed questions regarding the structure, the lighting of the tower, and co-location. The planning board reviewed these plans at their meeting on June 4th. The board asked similar questions to those posed at the public hearing. Ultimately, the board recommended approval in a vote of 6-0, and staff is also recommending approval of the request. The applicant is here if you have any questions for them.
Thank you. This is a matter that does not have consistency statement, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, is there a motion or are there further questions of Victoria or of the developer?
Well, we had some questions about co-location and that it was limited to public entities, and I think one of the questions was, could we have our SCADA system housed on this facility? I'd like to know that.
Hi, yes. My name is John Yeomans. I'm with Howard Engineering Professionals. Yes, it's public use only with non-private or with private entities not being able to co-locate on there. However, the state is open to agreements, interagency, intergovernmental agreements between town, county agencies to be on that tower. The agreement ideally would be made prior to the tower being designed so that that system can be integrated into the design.
Well, we've got a lot of growth coming. It's going to be very important that we have our water system able to communicate with itself, and we really value the ability to co-locate there. So I'd like to have an outline of next steps of how we go about making that happen so that in fact it does occur prior to design.
Yes, the town can reach out to the controller of Max Casey or Joe Allison as far as the Viper group with the state.
I'm Joe Allison. I'm the zone manager for Viper with the Highway Patrol. Max Casey, our construction manager, has been at the last couple of meetings. He was unable to make it tonight. The process for government entities, both town, local, federal, state, is to approach him to enter into a lease. Government entities, it's a $0 or $1 lease, but we would build you in up front knowing what your plans were. So prior to us, or Tower Engineering Professionals, designing the tower structure, we would take your loading into account to ensure that you were covered. Our biggest, I guess, a nonprofit entity or not-for-profit government is not a problem. It's the for-profit cell carriers that we have to deal with on a special.
What kind of time frame are we looking at in order to get this information to you in time?
Probably the next 2 to 3 months. Because I believe they're looking to do this build within the next year, and to get all the engineering and stuff done prior to the close of this year for it to be built. And our fiscal year runs July 1st to June 30th, so for us to be able to start the construction after the calendar year would be ideal.
Ryan, think that's enough time? Okay, great. Thank you.
Any further questions? Or is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second. Moved by Michael Fiocco, seconded by Pamela Baldwin. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. And I guess that as a part of that, we're directing the town manager to do whatever schematics and application needs to be done as far as leasing for the state.
Should this possibly include like county EMS, they need to upgrade?
So they'll have the same time to get information, coordinate with you.
Thank you very much. Special use permit for proposed daycare, Victoria Bailiff.
This is special use permit 201A-02. Widyarti Kabul is requesting a special use permit to operate a daycare at 399 Old Graham Road. The property is zoned R15, low density residential. The proposed daycare will be using the existing structures and be able to accommodate a maximum of 10 children and 2 teachers. The zoning ordinance requires 3 parking spaces for a daycare of this size. The existing fence is 6 feet in height, and the hours of operation will be between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. A public hearing was held on May 29th. No citizen presented evidence against the request. The planning board reviewed these plans at their meeting on June 4th. The board questioned the difference between hours noted on the application versus those noted in the staff report. The applicant responded that after speaking with some interested parents, she would now like to open at 8 a.m. instead of 10:30. The board voted to recommend approval in a vote of 6-0, and staff is also recommending approval of the request. The applicant is here if you have any other questions.
Thank you. Other questions for either Victoria or the applicant? Is there a motion?
So moved. Well, first, move to approve.
I would like to second that with a stipulation that the handicap accessibility requirements be met for this project.
Is that a suitable amendment, Mr. Bonnet, for?
Sure, it's on the drawing.
Yeah.
Well, it's not shown to code on the drawing, which is my concern. And I know it's a cost item. It is accessibility code.
But that's not the town's code.
Well, when you go out to provide a CO and you count the number of parking
And
spaces.
they will get a permit from the county. The county will enforce their codes.
We manage the site plan process.
And it's
therefore,
shown.
and it is not shown correctly. Okay? It's
But
just a fact.
But it will be there. Because the county will not give them a CO unless it's there.
And so you might find yourself in a lot of pain the moment you go to get a CO and they start telling you about all this additional cost you're going to have to incur. When you think you have satisfied all the requirements and you're asking for a CO and you are confronted with a substantial cost item. So I think you should be aware of that.
The original motion by John Bonnet, seconded and amended by Michael Fielko. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Special use permit for a communication tower along Foxfire Trail.
This is just an extension request. The board approved the special use permit for this communication tower on July 24th of last year, and the applicant communication tower group is simply requesting an extension, a 1-year extension.
Any questions from the board regarding this extension? Was there questions about co-location on this tower?
It's a shorter tower.
At the time? Or it's a shorter tower?
It's 195 feet. Mm-hmm.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Moved by Michael Fielko, seconded by John Bonnet. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. We are now at public facilities, the additional element of Chatham Park.
Mayor, members of the board, This is a ongoing discussion of public facilities. I know over the last few sessions we've discussed parks, schools, had some fire and police discussion, how public land might be set aside. I think you all should continue the discussion with Chatham Park. I think there's a few things that need to be buttoned up. I think the parks discussion is going to be expanded from Chatham Park a little bit tonight. I know they've got some things that they'll walk you through when they're thinking about parks. Hopefully we're getting close, and I would ask you all to ask Chatham Park to provide you all with a new draft and staff with a new draft. There's been a lot of things that you all have discussed and maybe agreed to that I think needs to be captured on paper before you approve anything. Quite often you are pressed to, let's just approve it. Y'all agreed it, let's just approve it. Let's see this in writing before we approve anything. And I don't think that's too much to ask for, staff to be able to be asked to approve. So I'll turn it over to Chatham Park, and I can answer any questions. And Paul Ford is here too to guide any panel discussion on parks. Thank you.
Before Chuck Smith presents, is there a motion for a 5-minute break?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. Let us adjourn that. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. We'll take a 5-minute break.
Yep.
A delightfully long 5 minutes. Is there a motion to reconvene? Moved by John Bonnet, seconded by Michael Fiocco. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed. While we're taking this little pause here, I don't believe we ever had a motion to approve a regular agenda. And we approved the consent agenda, but could we have that now just to put us in legitimacy here at 9:15?
So moved.
Thank you, John Bonnet. Second by Pamela Baldwin. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
I'll get the hang of this yet, Alice, okay?
We got to start over now.
Thank you, John. We're about to hear from Chuck Smith, I believe, with respect to public facilities.
Thank you. Let me just start off by with where Jeff ended up. We have, I guess, through every element, we've understood the process to be that we would come back to you with a revised copy of any revisions that we make before you vote. So we're not going to be asking for that tonight because we haven't given you that. But I'm hoping that we would be able to get through whatever remaining comments there are tonight so that we could have those revisions to you by the next meeting. So at this point, we're really, again, here for your questions. I think if we could do it this way, up to Parks and Recreation, if there's any other comments related to that, we could take those. We've been recording the comments that we've had up to this point. And I'll say this too, related to those. There have been a number of requests that we provide certain things, and we asked Mr. Fiocco last week before we agree or disagree to any particular request, like will you provide a fire station site? We would like to have the definitive list of what all those requests are. And so I don't know if you've started on that yet, but we would like to have that so that then we can look at that in concert rather than answer them one at a time and then keep finding the list never ends.
I think it's reasonable. Yeah, I think it's reasonable, and I'll have to admit that I haven't landed on the Parks and Rec yet.
Any others?
I think I know where we are with schools. I know where we are with the public water and sewer, the police. Well, I know there are those who are interested in having donations of police and fire. So.
It's pretty much resolved the issue of schools, my understanding. With that situation that Michael brought up.
Yeah. I think we are there. And I think the other thing is we were reserving adequate impervious surface, adequate sewer capacity for the facilities. I know you're working on that language.
Right.
That's something that was keen to me. Oh, and also stormwater, but I think it probably does make more sense to have that in the stormwater element.
Okay, so one of the things in talking to Mr. Jones, one of the things that we agreed to do, or we just talked about looking out in the future of other things that are going on with the other elements and what we still have remaining of this. One of the things we said we would do would be to make a presentation. We've got some subdivision plans that are under review by staff. They're in the process of they comment, we revise, they comment, we revise. We're in that process, but we're getting close to the end of that. But one of the requirements that goes along with that is that we have to inform you of how we're going to address the recreation requirement. So we're going to, based on the area where we've got those subdivision plans that staff is reviewing, we're going to go over tonight what we propose to provide from a park and recreation standpoint in light of the approval that we have with the master plan and in light of what we've proposed with the element to this point, that for the most part it follows what is allowed in the master plan, and I think we've done some things in the element that gives further explanation to what we think the master plan says. So anyway, Kurt and Robbie are going to go through what we propose to do with our first 800 or so lots. I think about 500 of them are before you, but because there are other areas that we have not submitted lots within Section 5.1 of the North Village, we're going to look at that in concert and show you how this all works together. And we'll talk again after they finish that presentation.
Chuck, I have one question. Not actually, maybe a comment. I talked to Chief Griffin this afternoon regarding this fire element, and he couldn't be here tonight. That was one problem. His question was possibly could he get together with one or two representatives from Chatham Park and the manager, myself or one board member, and just kind of let where the fire department stands. We're not asking for land but I guess we want to be on the same page as you guys are, because we're not going to be able to go in and build a fire station overnight, personnel, equipment and all like that. So I guess we want to be somewhere in the neighborhood of whenever the site plan goes in, when we need, and down the road what a time frame. More or less, I mean, if we could just meet for 30 minutes one day this week, that would hash me out with that concern.
Well, we'd love to do that. Let me say a couple things to what you just said. We've been talking about this element for 7 months. Okay? You've adopted your overlay in that time. I mean, you've done a number of things. So there's time. I think it's time that we get to. I'm glad you're asking for these kind of meetings. We said at the beginning of that we've got we've established, based on looking at national data, a certain response time. That's really what everything is predicated on, is that response time, and you guys may not agree with that. And so you may once you start looking at different response times, that leads you to different answers in terms of location of stations. Right. So we had also met with the chief a couple of times and talking about just locations, because we meet with them periodically to
Withers Ravenel meets with them very regularly just to talk about individual subdivisions, but we've met with them periodically to kind of show big picture plans and to assure them that we welcome this kind of input. We need this kind of input. So we would love to have that meeting, and if you want us to try to set that up, or if you want to, that doesn't really matter to us. We'll do that. And we can set it up with them and let you know when it is.
Short and to the point.
I was with Chief Griffin and Mr. Bender. We meet with them regularly. I respect both of them a great deal. Learned a lot from them. And so I think just talking about a couple of these issues that we've laid out as kind of starting points from primarily response time would help us, I think, get to the bottom of some of these things. So, yes, we'd love to do that.
All right, thanks.
This is in the PowerPoint, but it's probably easier to see and read on the hard copies.
Good evening. I'm Herb Pfeiffer, landscape architect with Withers Ravenel. The plan you have before you, we'll call this the overall Section 5.1 Master Plan for Parks and Recreation of Chatham Park. It's been a kind of a living, evolving document over the last, I would say, 6 to 8 months, maybe even a year, that we've been adding to, modifying, tweaking, as you might say. Most of the line work that you see on here, you see a lot of colors, but all of the line work in black, obviously road infrastructure and lots, have evolved in the last 3 months. But all of what you see there has either been approved or is in site plan approval or site plan review process at the moment. Highlighting on some of the colors in the legend, the first thing we want to point out, you'll see 3 areas on the site that are pretty much overlaid with a gray or a grayish green color, and those are 3 park sites that we have identified. The first one is the largest at 10 acres that we are proposing to be a town park. The other 2 is the 3-acre park a little bit northwest of that, and then one up in the northeast section that total 3 acres and 1 acre apiece, and I'll get into a little bit more detail about amenities that could be proposed on those sites in a few minutes. Some of the other colors that you see are some green lines that traverse north to south, and some yellow lines that go north to south, east to west. Those would be public greenways and multi-use roadside trails that would roughly equate to about 11,000 linear feet of greenway, asphalt greenway, and about 8,000 linear feet of concrete multi-use trail on the sides of roads. We also wanted to add line work on this plan that is mainly in red just to show also how many, with our element requiring sidewalks on both sides of the street, just how much pedestrian infrastructure there is in this neighborhood with indicated in red throughout all the streets. A few other of the colors that you see on the plan is is the large orange circle and the large blue circle as we're talking about pedestrian connectivity. The large orange circle is a half a mile or 10-minute walk radius from the what we're calling a 10-acre town park. As you can see, I would say roughly 85 to 90% of our development that we are showing right now in Section 5.1 is within that half a mile radius. The blue dash circles show a quarter mile or a 5-minute walk radius from all 3 of the parks that I identified. And as you can see, the same thing I would say here is 85, 90, maybe even 90% of the units in this section are actually within a 5-minute walk to one of those parks. couple more things to note is you'll see a large star at the 10-acre town park. That identifies a major trailhead area for this section. And it was one of the, in the master plan for Chatham Park, there was a Greenways master plan. There was only one major trailhead located in this section, and we have identified that it should be located at a town park or a park facility with parking infrastructure involved. A couple of other of the symbols on the map. It's kind of hard to see on the 11 by 17, might be a little harder to see up there, but there are little orange stars that are around, and these are just other private neighborhood open space amenities. Anything involving a possible transit stop or a mail kiosk or a heritage area that we've identified as being a natural occurring rock outcrop or a large specimen tree, or areas that would have nice views of these areas have been identified by that small star. Then there's also a red dot on there just showing where there would be smaller neighborhood trailheads, which is mainly just a pedestrian access to the major trail system. As far as the 10-acre town park, we don't have an actual plan to show you tonight for any kind of programming on that site. But we can say that it would make sense at the current moment to look at, that's the site north of Thales, to look at a little bit of earthwork, since there is work getting ready to happen along the lots of 29 lot subdivision in Thales. The developer, Chuck, we have all talked about possibly locating a small parking lot area there and potentially grading out a pad for a multi-use field that could be used in the interim, and then in turn the town at a later date would fully develop that site. But moving on to the 1-acre park that you see in the northeast area, it's up on your screen right now. This area was actually on our first round of layouts, was in the middle of a roadway or from where some lots were done before we did some site reconnaissance. There is a large rock outcropping on the site, and we have modified our layout to preserve this area and build around it with an amenity for that neighborhood. You can see at the top of the screen there's a large area of boulders. We've also ran into a lot of rock outcroppings and boulders on other parts of the site, so we were assuming that they would be there too. So any of those boulders that are unearthed during any kind of earth moving process could also be used around the site to transition grades as well. What you see here is pretty much a serpentine walk that circles up through the site with kind of 3 levels. The top level being the boulder area. The next level down in the middle, more of an open lawn with a gazebo, and down near the street would be a playground space. This also is a very unique area in our layout where the 7 or 8 lots that front this area would actually, the front doors of the units would look out onto this open space with alley garages being in the back. Is there any questions so far? We're going to move on then to the next park site, which is the 3-acre park that's in the north, I guess, or the west side of the project as you're seeing here. And if you could, as you're seeing it on the overall map, north is kind of up this way, so if you want to orient this to look at it a little bit more correct as far as how it's shown on the overall map, feel free to do so. This area is similar, but a little has some natural heritage as well. There's 2 large 36-inch specimen oak trees that we are preparing to preserve with grading operations. There is the Greenway 10-foot asphalt Greenway corridor comes up, traverses the site here. We have some challenge with some grades, also a stormwater pond required for the development of the site. but it makes it some interesting curves with the greenway, some overlooks to the pond, and right at the end where it links up from Asphalt Greenway to the multi-use trail that will carry out to Vine and Wendover Parkway. We have a couple boulder rock outcroppings there as well. So we have taken this little corner of the park site up here and proposed one of the neighborhood mail kiosks. We have a pretty sizable playground space there as well, and then we could also propose something similar to nature play around the boulder areas. Is there any questions on that plan?
It's hard to say.
Robbie is going to talk a little bit more about some numbers, and I'll turn it over to him. Can you leave these here?
Yeah. Good evening, Robbie Odom, Withers Ravenel. And I may back up to the overall plan and just kind of describe what we have on here. So I'm going to talk about the numbers that you have, the 8.5 by 11 sheet. So I know you just received this, and I had a chance, I'll try to walk through that and with the plan, so then you can understand how we generate these numbers and what they mean. So, but Brian, if you can, okay, you're right there. So what I want to talk about, you see that we have 905 dwelling units shown on this spreadsheet in front of you. The lot that you see lotted on here, that's approximately, I think it's 575 or 585. So what we've included is the apartment site over here that is in with FI1 residential. We're approximately 300 units for that. And then we've also included, there's a small section over here next to Power Tower Road that's separated with the stream buffer that runs up through here. And I think we've approximated 20 townhome lots for that. So that's where the 905 comes from. So if you were to go home and count all these lots, you can get 575. So just make sure.
Where's that again, Robbie?
Yeah, apartment site here that we've not done any plans on. That's between the boundary here and this repairing buffer. That's 300 units. And again, that's the estimate. And then we have a small residential triangle area over here next to Power Tower Road that's separated from this with the stream buffer, and we just have 20 townhome units assumed for that area right here. On the other side of the creek. Exactly. It would have frontage on Power Tower Road. So,
Rob, you've got tabulated 155 total townhouse units?
Correct. And so that's where the last between is mixed in throughout. So I just want to start off with that so that you can understand the lot count and what we're looking at. So with that, we've tried to simplify this, and so we're looking at required land dedication. So as you know, the requirement is 1/33, but there's in the master plan, but then there's an accelerated rate of 1/25. So if you're looking at this top line item, this is a required land dedication. Simple math, 1/25, 905 units. The requirement is 36 acres, 36.2 acres. So then we're looking at, okay, what are we proposing? That's what's required. We know what's required. What are we proposing with this example? So if you look at that, so we've got the 14 acres of parkland dedication. So Kurt just went through that. We've got 10 acres of public town dedication. So that will be a public park dedicated to the town. So that's up to the town how to program that. I can let Chuck talk more about that. But then you've got the 1 acre. It's a privately maintained parks, but it's open to the public. So we have talked to staff about that, and that will be the 1 and the 4. So that between the 10, the 3, and the 1, that's where you get to the 14 acres. So then you're looking at the greenway easement and multi-use trail easement. And what I want to point out is it's easier to see on the hard copies you have, but it's really, we're showing a lot of trails in there, as Kurt said. The sidewalks is shown in red, but really what we're looking at with this calculation is the greenways in green. These are public greenways. These are Town of Pittsboro public greenways. And they're shown in green, as you can see. And then with the yellow multi-use trails, that will basically be a 10-foot sidewalk. That's what they are. So both of them will be public. open to the public, and that's, so if you look at the next line items, that is assuming a 30-foot easement for a public greenway easement. And then the multi-use trail, we're just assuming 5 feet because, you know, majority of these are going to be within the right-of-way. But there will be an additional 5 or 10-foot easement dedicated just because they're 10 feet, not 5 feet. So those easements areas, I mean, that's, again, so if you look, we've got linear footage times the 30 feet for a greenway easement. If you take the linear foot of greenway, multiply, then you come up with that acreage. So anyway, with this plan, we've proposed 14 acres of land dedication and then additional 8 acres of greenway easement, additional acre of multi-use, and that's where you get the total of 22.7 acres. So then, okay, that's the land dedication. So, you know, then when, you know, there's discussion about payment in lieu, fee in lieu. So we're looking at proposed improvements. So if you come down here, the park improvements, the first one, this is kind of a wild card. So and Chuck can talk a little bit more about this than I can, but this is if the proposal we're proposing, or what we're proposing for the town park, this is all subject to the town, to you, is to make improvements there, whether it just makes sense now, as Kurt alluded to, go ahead and do some grading. It helps with the daily site. It helps with it if the town accepts it as a town park. There's a draw that runs right through the middle of this site. It's a very pronounced draw that runs through here. So go ahead and clear or grade maybe 3 or 4 acres in here, and maybe more than that, and then come back and put in a multi-use field, a walking trail, parking lot, a trailhead for the greenway system. And we've estimated all that cost. I mean, we just put a plug number here, $500,000. So that's what that number is. The next 3 numbers are pretty much set based on just what we've seen in the past with industry standards, with with the greenway and a multi-use trail. So if you've got a 10-foot asphalt greenway, then this is pretty standard. I mean, you're looking at $100 a linear foot for construction costs. And we can get in discussions about that, but that's we feel good about that number. And if you look, we're proposing over 11,000 linear foot of greenway for this, just for this section. And this is about a little over 200 acres that we're looking at, just to give you a frame of reference. The greenway stream crossing with a bridge, this is an estimate, but if we get in here and we have to do, there may be some that we can do with a culvert, but if we have to do a greenway bridge, then you're looking, it gets expensive. And we're approximating $1,500 per linear foot. You're looking at that's based on doing like 4 crossings. Multi-use trail, what that is, and I've got a note if you look at the bottom, 10-foot multi-use trail, actual cost of that, it's a 10-foot sidewalk. The cost of that would be $50 a foot, give or take. We're only, with this estimate, there's 5-foot sidewalk required, so we're just looking for the additional 5 feet. So that's the reason, we're proposing this at $25, not $50. So you got the proposed improvements, but then you say, okay, how do you equate that to land dedication? So we're required at 36 acres, we got 23 land dedicated, so how do we get to the, equate that number? Well, then it gets into, you've got to, somehow equate this to a dollars cost. So if you look at that and you base it on a land value, then we're assuming, a post-development land value per acre of $150,000. And that's going to be, again, this can be discussions that Chuck can talk about. Typically, you go through these calculations at plat recordation, and I'm not sure, I think that's how the town is now. I believe that's correct, but a lot of times you go through and you do appraisal. At the time you do the plat, the town will have a third-party appraisal, do a land value, but all that's, subject to conversation. But so you come back and, we'll evaluate that post-development land cost, and that's what we use when we do this, when we record a plat, or before you approve a plat. So if you do that and you look at the numbers, then, this equivalent land dedication, there's $2 million of improvements that we're proposing for just this, 200 acres here. If you equate that based on $150,000, that equates to 13 acres. So then and this worked out, you probably think we play with the numbers to get these to balance out. That's not the case. Again, the $500,000, the parks improvement, that's kind of a wild card. But all along we went back and forth, and we worked with staff on the greenways and some things, and that's the reason we're here tonight, because We have looked at multi-use trails, we looked at greenways, and we feel good about what we're proposing here. And it's, I think it's in accordance with what the town would like to see as far as greenways. I'm not going to speak for Paul or Jeff, but so this is what it worked out to be based on the linear foot of proposed improvements. And I think one thing important to note here is that this $2 million in improvements, that does not include the engineering, the permitting, the surveying, construction admin. So, so we're not asking for those fees. Chatham Park is not proposing to include, add 10% to account for the design and the permitting of that. So, and you could assume 10%. There's $200,000 that that's not in here. That's just part of it. So if you look at this, we go through the numbers. It's 36 acres. 0.2 would be required. This just happens to work out that it's pretty much the same as what we're proposing with the improvements that you see here. I just did an equivalent fee in lieu comparison at the very bottom, and all that is if you take this acreage that we've got proposed, the required, the proposed, and then the difference, that's just that land value times $150,000. So you can see the required fee in lieu, if we were converting it to fee in lieu, would be $5.4 million for just this site. That works out, which $150,000 works out to $6,000 per lot. So this is what we're proposing, is $6,000 per lot. And it's a combination of the land dedication versus the improvements. And I will say, just as far as the greenway and the multi-use, with this plan that you see, this is approximately 3.7 miles. If you include all the public sidewalks, you're over 11 miles of pedestrian walkways with just this plan. So. So if you have questions, I'll be glad or try to answer.
Robbie, lost me for a moment when you made the transition to cost per lot.
If you look at and that's just subject to what your land value is, your assumed post-development land value. If it's $150,000, it would be $6,000 per lot.
Dividing 1/25 of an acre of value into that number. And I think you've been, up to this point, I don't know if that'll change with your new ordinance, you've been charging $1,000 to others per residential lot. So
that's not based on dwelling unit, that's based on lot. So a single family lot.
But it's based on, it was based, the 42 townhomes, I think they, I didn't hear a presentation on that, but I think what you've been assigning is based on your adopted fees is $1,000 per lot, and we feel like what we're proposing here is closer to $6,000 a lot, so 6 times what you currently are in doing with other development. There's one other hidden cost in here. I can't remember if Robbie said this or not. If one of the things we found in Greenway development, if we just left the area there for Greenway, didn't build the Greenway, and came back later and built the Greenway, there's probably an additional 30% of cost because it's much less accessible getting in and out of there. It's much more difficult to build and grade. So doing all that up front, and that's is much more efficient. It makes more sense as we are building the neighborhood. And then also with the town, just to make sure you understand about what we're proposing with the 10 acres, we had talked to Jeff and Paul. We aren't trying to, since this would be your facility, we are not trying to dictate what should be on that facility. We know you've got Parks and Recreation Committee, different people that are going to be involved in this. You would be involved in the programming. What we were proposing to do is just get some basic level of service in there where we built some walking trails, but primarily the grading and clearing portion of this while the neighborhood is being built saves you money, because if you went back in later and had to clear and grade that 10 acres and tried to make the site balance from a earthwork standpoint, it may not be that easy. You may be having to haul off material or bring in other earthwork to make the site work. So because we're dealing with a bigger area, doing some basic level of grading at this point makes sense and would save you money in the long run rather than you come back and do it later. So what we tried to do is just build some, when we talk about the multi-use field that we would construct in there, we tried to look at this, excuse me, so that if you said we want to come back to a baseball field on this, the area that we would propose to clear and grade would be able to take that sort of facility, so that you can come back once you get within your own staff and public input, come back and really add other things. But playground, open play area, and trails within that 10 acres would be what we would be proposing at this first phase. So we feel like it's a pretty substantial proposal that we're making to serve this area, not only within Chatham Park, but since it is open to the public, Chatham Forest and other areas around it that would be able to use these facilities. And what we've done, these calculations are based on what the master plan says we're allowed to do, and then the element is written that way as well. So I realize that's a mouthful, but if you do have any...
That might require marination.
Percolation and marination.
I do want to say that I really appreciate the park right next to Thales, because I was really disappointed when Thales site plan came on, and of course we realized it had to be cordoned off with gates and all of that. And I have been thinking all along that we'd have recreational space there associated with Thales, but
and that's a good point. And one of the things that you don't, there's kind of a hidden barrier in there as well, is that when they are tying back on the north side of the Thales site, when they are tying back into existing grade, what happens is all of a sudden there's this large slope going up to existing grade, and then you come to the park site. We can take care of that transition so that you're more easily able to get to parking, and those sites can work with each other more ably if we coordinate the grading all at one time.
Chuck, what is envisioned for the area north of that 10-acre park? The little triangle.
Yeah, that little we didn't mention that, but that's we are assuming, and we believe this pretty strongly, you've already approved the first area where we've got cottages proposed, 800 square foot, and we're proposing the next phase of that already because we believe that's going to be pretty popular.
In that site?
That would be in that site, and you'd be walking distance from those cottages to this park. Just based, we're doing it, I think it's going to be around 30, 35.
But those numbers probably were not in these
They're in the number.
They are in there, and that's a good, I'm glad you brought that up, Mr. Bonnet. That's a good question.
And one of the reasons that there's a little bit of a floating number on that is because one of the requirements in the master plan is that in this area between Thompson Street and 64 Business and 64 Bypass, we've got to have one 10-acre park, as this is one of the park planning areas identified in the master plan. So there's a requirement for a 10-acre park, so we've got to make sure that we hit that 10-acre number with this facility.
great. It's a lot to take in, but and Paul, you've reviewed this with them.
We've seen all of it in pieces, bits and pieces. So we haven't really.
If there's an extra copy, if Paul could have that.
I got it.
Oh, you got one. Oh, okay.
thoughts on the 10-acre parcel and what would be appropriate?
Well, we do have kind of slope requirements. So, before we accept a piece of land, we expect it to be relatively flat. So if it takes grading to get that to that relative flatness, then that would be fine. But in terms of program, I think the parks plan's moving more towards a prototypical 10-acre neighborhood park, which would have a mix of multi-use fields, some walking paths, some kind of sports court, basketball, tennis, what have you. Basic set of amenities of water fountains, Wi-Fi. Those are probably going to be in the $2 million range for development, kind of our base neighborhood park.
Are you thinking bathrooms?
Yes, that's part of the core amenity.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Is there, one final thing, is there any way to begin, when we ask for this list of things that you want to see us provide, can we start popcorning those out right now? Because I don't know if we're going to wait 2 weeks and then I'm going to ask you to popcorn them out, or if you're all going to come back with a list, or how that's going to work. But some you've already stated. If you could restate those, but.
Yeah. Fire, I guess, is the biggest one as far as land.
A fire station site.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I would suggest that the language be that as many, I wouldn't want to limit it to one, because we don't know about the response time requirements, and, the location has a lot to do with whether it's covered by 1 or 2 or 10.
It's not 10.
I know that.
Yeah. Just want to be clear.
There's always a risk of making land. No, so I think,
So if we, of course, I don't know when, I don't know when we're going to, the normal process would be you would hire a consultant, do a fire plan for the town of Pittsboro. I don't know if that's going to happen anytime soon. So anyway, that's not to say we can't put some, if you're, I don't think it's 10.
No, I don't either.
Personally, based on, I don't think it would be more than 2, but.
But I think the small area plan is the perfect vehicle for, having the conversation similar to the schools.
So determine the number of small area plan point in the process.
I think that makes sense, because, I think Chief, Tom, whoever want to get together and, obviously analyze the road network, because it's not as the crow flies. The types of roads, what their capacities are, and honestly having them say, well, if we could move it over a quarter mile, we could cover this much more ground. Well,
Right.
Having that earnest conversation with them, I think is critical. Similar to the schools conversation, and staying in contact with each other so that we know, what the schedule, what the demand is, because, Jay talked about they can't just snap their fingers and all of a sudden have construction started and equipment and employees. So they've got to have some predictable time frame within which to act.
Okay. This is a question, because I don't know the answers. I don't understand how your fire works in terms of, is this a county responsibility? Is this a town responsibility? I know there's a separate portion of the tax bill that goes to a fire district.
Could be town. We're contracted by the county also.
Well, that's what I don't understand. When you say we're contracted by the county, you have some responsibility, they have some responsibility.
No, it's a fire district. It would be in the ETJ area, but when you get annexed, it's all going to be town. The county doesn't do anything except collect the taxes and pay them to the fire department.
And then they give it back to you to...
No, they don't. No. The town appropriates money to pay the fire department too.
Right. Yes, we can talk about that as part of that meeting, because I still don't understand what you just said.
The fire department gets money from 2 different sources, or maybe more, but at least 2. Who owns the fire department? Volunteer nonprofit. Well, it's not volunteer anymore, it's paid. Private nonprofit.
The town doesn't have a fire department.
No.
We contract with Pittsburgh.
That's what we want to know. Who owns it?
Non-member.
So do you understand that after getting that question answered? Okay.
Okay.
What else?
Same thing with police stations.
Now, and again, this,
When we've had a prior conversation about a police substation, you all have said that the perfect place for a substation is in a small mall,
for me, that's the only place I've ever seen them out when they're out in the, away from the police department. That they go into dark space and
you
some
wouldn't necessarily have to allocate land for that.
Well, part of this goes back to the same thing we were talking about with fire, that we need to understand what police operations, what they would predict their operations to be, and that they're saying I don't.
We can always consolidate.
But I don't think we would be providing an acre site and building, so you can build a police department substation. I've never seen something like that. It's always been you go into the retail strip that's gone dark and get 3,000 square feet out of the middle of that and use it for that space.
I've seen it.
I have too.
Where? And I don't mean New York City, but
NC State University.
well, that's not a town.
Well, they have a police department, and they have need for substations, and there weren't vacant spaces available, and they own the land, and they put up a temporary building.
A temporary building.
Yep.
So yeah, let me back up. We can just get all these different models and understand what the possibilities could be.
Yeah, that's
That
what
would
we're
help.
really asking.
Yeah, because I don't know of any towns that have built separate small buildings for a substation. Could be. I'm just saying I'm not aware of that in this region.
I believe there is, but I'll research that also.
And I think we're going to need an EMS station as far as response time for ambulances. And I don't.
Is that an operations question with fire too? Because I know Holly Springs builds does that in the same building.
I hadn't thought about that. Okay. And then the last thing that's on my list is a public works area for the town of Pittsburgh. If we're going to be maintaining parks and driveways and parks areas and that kind of thing, stormwater devices, seems to me that we need to have a public works area.
Leaf removal, snow removal.
Does that have it covered, or?
Probably. But yeah, we'll talk about it if you come up with any more for the next meeting.
All right.
So what are we doing next meeting so we're prepared?
You're going to submit, in accordance with Jeff's request, the need to see the final draft.
But you haven't given us anything on parks and recreation yet. So you're going to come back next time ready with comments for parks and recreation.
What is your recommendation, Jeff? Is the idea?
Well, I'm not saying that the next meeting has to be approve anything. I think you'll get there whenever they have provided you all answers to the comments or address them.
Well, and I
if
agree.
we don't have comments for Parks and Rec tonight because we've learned some new things, we've got numbers in front of us. you're going to think about that for 2 weeks, and you're going to have a further conversation, because staff wants to guide you in that Parks and Rec discussion too. We'll hold that conversation for 2 weeks from now, but we'd like to be involved in this discussion. And that you all can just give Town Park some feedback on facilities, expand on what you have tonight. And then they're going to draft a new draft, and then we'll draft it in July.
Does staff feel as though they'll be in a position in 2 weeks to really dig into it?
Yeah, we'll be able to.
Okay.
There's one more section in that list that was under Parks and Rec. What was that?
It's administration, and that really speaks to, in the small area plan, it gives you staffing levels of town ramping up of level of service, of how many people we would need, and it speaks to providing that information in the small area plan, which we did receive that when the small area plan came through. So unless there was other things that we wanted in that particular element, or that section of that element, we would want to have those comments too.
Sounds like we'll be ready in 2 weeks.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Chad. Okay. We're ready to proceed then to new business. We said that the matter number 7 on the consent agenda would be reviewed, and I just had the following thought about this. Brian Grisbeck, have people been objecting to the idea that their water bills come in a postcard sort of thing? I mean, is there an expectation of privacy in one water bill? Because it seems to me that the professional mail services proposal is going to create a lot more paper. There's going to be an envelope in which it's mailed. There's going to be the bill itself. There's going to be a reply envelope to put the check back in to the billing office. It just seemed like there was a lot more paper, and I love the idea that we get our bills by postcard. Is there anybody else on the board that feels that we need to go to this more complex system?
Were you asking me first, or were you asking the board?
I'm asking you first.
Okay.
Please.
Well, Heather can speak in a little bit more detail about it. There have been, just from my standpoint, even before Heather arrived, there were occasionally, that was one of them, who had complained over the years that the cards would get lost, and you receive a number of complaints when people haven't paid their bills that the cards are lost in various ways because they can slip through cracks and places like that. And I think Commissioner Bonnet had brought up the security concern with the online payments that were somewhat related to the information that was contained on the index cards, the way that they were mailed out currently. And I think part of the intention of this is that the security concerns and the information of the account information is kind of kept away from her eyes by having it in an envelope. But aside from that, I don't know, Heather, if you've had.
Yeah, so part of the idea is by having them in the envelope, there's an extra access code that we can have Harris put on there that for doing the online payments, that they would have to enter their account number, their zip code, and then this access code, which would stay the same, and it would be printed on the bill every month so that you would have it. And if we have it in the envelope, then nobody else can see that. If we do it on the postcard, then it's sort of irrelevant. It doesn't do anything. The other thing is that if we use this service and we wanted to mail out additional inserts, So the water department sometimes has to send mailings out. We can do that with this service, which would save us money, postage money, by being able to combine them. And then it also is going to save Ileana some time in ripping all the postcards and doing that, which she then can devote to other projects that we need to do. And so those are sort of where that come from, not really from complaints or anything, but more from sort of processes in-house that we want to try to streamline.
Anybody else have any concerns or comments?
Just to clarify, Mr. Beck, you're saying that the issue that was reported, some question about the security of that online credit card processing would be addressed with this new contract?
There's an extra layer of security, and that if it's kind of away from, people don't have immediate access. If, for instance, your neighbor wouldn't be able to just get your mail by accident, see it, or see it laying on your table or something like that. And so, yeah, it was partially generated from that concern as well.
The person, I was just trying to dig it up again, the person who sent these concerns to me didn't relate it at all to the physical delivery of the bill, but really the possibility that with some fairly simple database work and hacking, lots of information could be downloaded through our billing system, basically just by guessing account numbers. And the suggestion was that an additional piece of information be required to make that online payment. So that was a separate issue, but if that's being addressed, I'd love to know about it.
So that would be addressed by the fact that we could put an access code on the statement. And if we did that in the current statement in a postcard mode, then anybody can see it. So that's why if we do the statements this way, we can put that access code on there. That access code would stay the same, I believe, every month, but it would be printed on your statement, so you would have your zip code, your account number, and then that access code.
Security concern, we weren't trying to pick on any one person, or the concept of security, and this being a way of maybe increasing security. And identity concerns are always of importance.
If everyone's satisfied, is there a motion with respect to this particular item?
Make a motion that we approve. Second.
Moved by Michael Fiocco, seconded by John Bonnet. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. The next item is the Northwood High School access road.
Okay, we have site plan 2018-02. Chatham County Board of Education has submitted plans for review and recommendation. The project is located on the 95-acre parcel where Northwood High School currently sits. The proposal is to construct an access road to Northwood High School from US 15501. The road is intended to run through the northern portion of the property and connect to a future parking area. The access road will be barricaded until the future parking area and turn lane improvements are finished. And I've just inserted the Kinley Horning exhibit to give you some context. The planning board reviewed this plan at their June 4th meeting. The board expressed concerns over the two stream crossings where the representative stated that alternatives had been explored, but unfortunately this proved to be the best option. Ultimately, the board found the plans to be satisfactory and in a vote of 6-0 recommended for approval. These plans have been reviewed in accordance with the town's applicable development ordinances by the appropriate departments, and staff is recommending approval of the request. Do you have any questions?
Are there questions for Victoria?
The only question I had was whether or not the road would be a dead end. And I know it's going to terminate at an existing gravel parking lot, but I also recognize the notes that said it will be barricaded off and closed until that parking lot is improved, so I'm satisfied.
Anything else?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Moved by Michael Fairfield, seconded by John Bonnet. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. All right. We have our overview of the budget.
Thank you again. What we have before you this evening is an overview of the initial submitted budget. You recall this was provided to you back on May 29th with the budget message, and my immediate intention is to go over, to kind of just highlight the budget via the budget message and a couple of slides that I have for you tonight. I'm not intending to go over page by page throughout the whole budget document. We can certainly do that at a later time, or if you have questions within the document itself, you can certainly bring those up, and we'll do our best to answer them either tonight or at an upcoming meeting. What we're doing tonight is, and I covered a couple of those things, is really just kind of go over the highlights of it. Earlier this evening, we did conduct a public hearing as required by law. Ultimately, what we're looking for is approval by June 30th of this month. Just a couple of basics real quick. You guys, I think all are pretty well familiar with the difference between things like the general fund and enterprise fund, but there may be a couple of people in the audience who might just need a real quick primer on what we're talking about. But general fund basics, the revenues that feed the general fund include things like ad valorem property taxes, but there's a lot of other revenue from the state, as well as some other fees, for example, Powell bill, ABC revenue, or local ABC revenue, so on and so forth, and those feed into the general fund. You see the general fund, if you look in the ordinance, you can kind of see the list on one of the first pages that shows the different general fund revenues that are collected in addition to property taxes. Though property taxes do make up, I'd say, if not half, the majority of our general fund revenue. Those revenues go to support things like general administration, the board's costs, Mr. Messick's costs, as well as any other legal help that we might bring in, and then departmental stuff like planning, some engineering, all police, all fire, all of the stuff, all of our building costs. When I say sanitation, that means the pickup, the curbside pickup and recycling that we talked about earlier tonight. And certainly parks, those are all funded by general fund revenue and are considered general fund expenses. And just some highlights here. We're not, in this budget that you have before you tonight, it's balanced. That is, we're not seeking to augment general fund revenue with general fund balance. Our general fund revenues are at this point in time meeting our general fund expenditures. Somewhat related to that notion is that we're not anticipating a tax increase with this budget. That's certainly your prerogative. If in these next couple of conversations we were to generate some significant, and I don't know what those would be off the top of my head, but some significant expenses that we couldn't somehow augment through cuts or other means, then we would probably need to start going in the direction of considering a tax increase. I don't think that's likely with this year's budget. We're contemplating a 2.5% pay increase for staff and for the board. That's consistent with what we've done in previous years. For the first time in recent memory with regard to health insurance, you recall last year we switched. We are not looking at any increase in health insurance costs for this upcoming year. And so I can't remember the last time that happened. Whoops, I'm sorry. Pittsboro Fire Department is asking for an increase. The chart that I included there, I think is just kind of notable. Off to the right of my bullets on this slide shows that since I've been here, I think my first budget was the 12-13 budget, and since then we've gone almost 100% in fire suppression costs, what's called fire suppression in the budget. But those costs, and it's not to pick on the excellent job that our Pittsboro Fire Department does, I think it's to kind of highlight maybe more or less the changing nature of fire departments, and that I think, Chief Griffin has discussed this in the past. We've discussed it in previous budget conversations, it started out as a paid volunteer fire department. It's now increasingly evolving to a professional fire department, and all the while they have major equipment needs, and as we've grown, they've needed to grow as well. So that it's kind of reflected there. We certainly aren't looking at as big of a requested increase this year as we've seen in a couple of previous years, but it's still up there. Planning, we're looking at, within the general fund, we're looking based on your input, we're looking partially on your input, partially community input, we're looking at a new entry-level position within the planning department to kind of work out in the field and address some of the blight conditions, some of the zoning enforcement issues, and some additional plan review work. Idea being to get Victoria focusing more on plan review, more on some of the downtown work that she's capable of doing. Get Jeff working at a higher level with some of the planning stuff too. And we haven't really made much effort to actively enforce blight. We've been a complaint-driven blight department to this point in time, and I think your message has been received well loud and clear on that message or on that front. And so this budget intends to work toward that. New police cars were I think in the last leg of replacing a really old, as previously neglected fleet of vehicles, and we're proposing three new vehicles. The $132,000 reflects that. That is paid in, and we can talk about this in a little bit, how this breaks down, but that is paid in good part by a proposed loan that would also help to pay for streets and utilities of $58,000 for a truck, and Heather helped me with this, whether the plow and the GPS trackers are part of that, or is just
No, just the truck. So the loan would be for the 3 police vehicles,
right,
a truck on the general fund, and a truck on the enterprise side.
So there's an enterprise, so there's a truck being reflected on the enterprise side as well. I'll help cover that. Main Street, we haven't received the most recent budget from the Main Street yet, but we're plugging in $50,000. And then within recreation, we haven't, aside from the recreation plan, we haven't done a lot of hands-on work with recreation in the last couple of budgets, and what we're looking at doing in this budget is proposed pile park design. Why did I do that? $32,000 for that, and then GLAS is asking if we would be interested, if the town would be interested in developing some property on site for park purposes. That goes in addition to the park that's currently on site. There's I think a strong tradition of that. So Paul is proposing $58,000 for that expansion as well. And that's just design work, so we wouldn't. My estimation. We wouldn't see the work actually completed on that in this budget year. We would be going through a planning process on those two particular areas in this budget year. And you guys can go ahead and throw something at me or speak up if you want to jump in on any of this, thoughts or concerns or anything like that. This is
I'll throw something at you on the Main Street program. Yeah, so preliminary number of 50 close.
well, that was last year.
I know. The request this year is 60 because we've got another line item about trying to get more public art downtown. So we're working with several artists and feel like adding $10,000 to the Main Street budget for that purpose is a worthy expenditure. I think we've all agreed that we think downtown's probably, as I recall, our retreat was one of our top 3 priorities. And as Maria said, you know, this is some of the best paid staff you get, free. So.
I don't know where this belongs in the discussion, but I'd love to see a line item somewhere for sustainable energy projects.
Yeah, we've kind of wondered if that was coming. I do appreciate these suggestions. This is what we'll do as soon as we end this conversation, whenever you feel that is appropriate. What we'll do is we'll go back and we'll find out ways that we can plug those items in. And in the meantime, if you have some specific ideas on that, I know you talked a little bit about that in the past as far as some marketing ideas. But anyway, if you want to continue that conversation later, we can maybe get to plug in some better numbers.
I'm not talking about a huge amount of money.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're all pretty simplistic kinds of things.
Yeah, gotcha.
Okay, great. Just to raise our awareness as well as to be,
the profile of some of our activities on environmental issues. Yeah. That's good stuff.
Good. Thank you.
Property tax revenue. I indicated before that we weren't contemplating an increased rate. You can see that the rate of 0.4333 per 100 is the same rate that we've used for a couple of years. There's good news in that 1 cent raises $55,222. You see the chart here shows that over time that has been going upward. Property values are increasing, and that certainly helps with our bottom line without raising taxes. So I think some good news on that front. Fee changes, you can see on the and this was outlined on the second page of the budget message, and I think the final version is listed in the budget ordinance. But what this table is doing is showing our current fee structure in this fiscal year, in this middle column, and our suggested fee structure for the upcoming fiscal year, the proposed fee structure along the right-hand side. And so I think the idea there being to try to bring up our fees with what other communities do, and certainly with the work that we're finding ourselves in as we do plan review. So that's a proposed change for this upcoming year. And then kind of out of order a little bit out of the enterprise, we're not talking about enterprise fees yet, but we're proposing some changes for meter fees for this upcoming fiscal year as well. So those are outlined both in the budget message, in the budget ordinance, and within these slides that you have before you this evening. Our general fund, this particular pie right here just kind of breaks out where our priorities are within, or where our spending areas are. I guess priorities in a way within this proposed budget. You can see that this in no way, shape, or form is intended to pick on anyone at all. Police and fire, as you can see, is probably has or does have the biggest piece of the pie, and going on down from administrative and legal to public works being almost as significant. Planning and engineering is inching upwards every year, and it wouldn't surprise me to see, especially if we were to bring on additional staff there, the planning and engineering takes over our general fund expenditures within public works within a year or two. So this chart here, or this pie chart here, just showing the general breakdown of where we're spending our general fund revenue. And I've mentioned in previous retreats, this kind of does end up being somewhat of a statement of where our spending priorities are. And this breakout maybe describes some of that, maybe not. But, and this is as the budget is proposed right now. Changes could alter some numbers percentage point wise, but probably what you see is pretty close to what you'll get with this particular pie. Enterprise fund basics. Enterprise fund basically is, I'm sorry. Enterprise fund basics. The enterprise fund, as you know, is what we call the enterprise fund. It would be revenues and expenditures from water and wastewater charges. They're generally self-supporting, and the expenditures in this case, some of them go for admin of the water and sewer billing process, but also for maintenance of water and wastewater treatment, maintenance of water and wastewater distribution collection systems, and then paying off debt that we've borrowed over time from different improvement projects under water and wastewater systems. Highlights in the enterprise fund, again, we're not proposing that we increase rates because did we end up with a final balance on that in this latest version, or we are balanced? So as of right now, we are balanced within enterprise fund. We were close for a little while. The other thing I'd point out is that pay increases and benefit costs do carry over to enterprise fund staff. So you'll oftentimes see those reflected. So if we were to decrease, for example, the proposed pay increase, that would ripple off into enterprise fund to a certain extent as well. So just be mindful of that. SCADA, we talked about earlier tonight. We're planning over at the water treatment plant. Mr. Pickett is looking at improving our SCADA system, and we'll certainly, this is a timely from our conversation earlier tonight, it's a good time to bring up possible locations for some of our SCADA equipment, and so the Fire Tower Road location is something that we'll be broaching as well as we plan for upgrading the SCADA system. I think we've mentioned in previous meetings that periodically we have to go through and clean our Haw River raw water intake, and that's being budgeted for this year as well. We're going to increase our sampling for dioxane 1,4. Currently, we have $3,000 budgeted for that. That's more than on a monthly basis. As soon as we kind of get at some of the issues of how often and how effective the increased testing methods will be and what kind of information that will provide us, we could adjust that upwards or downwards. Could very well be upwards. And then finally, Mr. Pickett's proposing to rebuild 4 of the dual media filters. We're describing those today as basically the really large Brita filters that kind of filter in the raw water before it reaches our main process tanks. And so those need some attention this year, and he's budgeting some increases for that on the enterprise side as well. Streets and utilities has enterprise costs, mainly for the utilities component. $56,000 budgeting capital for a new mini excavator to get at breaks and get at lines quicker and easier than what we have currently. And then also, Mr. Poteet is requesting a new entry-level maintenance utility service specialist. Certainly you guys can appreciate the more area we have to cover, the more things that we have to do, especially during summertime with vacations. the scheduling is a little bit more difficult, and as we get bigger and busier, and so we're at that point of needing to add an additional staff person in that area as well. So you can see the debt service, this has been, this chart is almost an artifact now, but probably will gain some steam as we move forward. But we've had previous debt service that received a lot of discussion in previous budget conversations. It's down now to $172,000 payment for this year. That does really help our bottom line. You can see how much that's decreased over the years as we've retired debts. Next steps again. Budget should be approved or must be approved by June 30th, 2018. So the good news is you don't have to make any decisions tonight. The bad news is any input or feedback you provide is most welcome, so that we can have an updated product to you on that evening. Certainly, if you want to have an additional meeting or a different meeting, do that before June 30th. We can consider that. But the other thing to keep in mind too is that the budget is somewhat flexible. You can make adjustments. It does allow you to do that throughout the fiscal year. Obviously, it's something that for proper controls and best practices, is something that you don't want to do more than a handful of times, but it's certainly something that's possible. That is modifying the budget as situation changes. So with that, I would open it up for any comments, questions, concerns you might have. Again, feel free to go as deep into the budget as you want. But we do have a couple of suggestions this evening that we can get back to work on and send out to you before the next meeting. And certainly, if you have any other comments or inclusions or subtractions, that's in the realm as well. Thank you.
And here, it always strikes me that it is not an easy thing to make all of this come together. And now that I understand a little bit more about it, since I've been through the process a couple of times, it makes it even more amazing. Thank you.
Well, I got a couple of questions. The sanitation increase in your memo talks about added expenses from previously uncharged containers.
Yeah, we had an audit with Waste Industries on that. You want to describe how that affected us?
Yeah, so we conducted an audit. We initiated it from our side because we realized that there were charges on our bill that should not have been there. And that there were also charges that we were not billing to customers. So we wanted to find out, we wanted to get an update on our bill. So we went through that process. Cassandra did a lot of it, and we realized that there were, and this is mostly on the commercial side, customers that were not getting billed by us properly. Either the incorrect amount, or we were not billing them at all, or there were ones that Waste Industries had on the bill incorrectly, and ones that they didn't have on the bill that they should have had on the bill. So it actually ended up increasing our bill with them, but we are also increasing some of our, the charges of money that we are collecting because we were not charging correctly. So it's still an ongoing process, but it has increased the amount that we have to budget.
Can a commercial enterprise contract directly with another waste management company?
Technically, per our contract with Waste Industries, if they're inside town limits, they are supposed to use our sanitation provider.
And therefore, we bill
them for the pickup service. Waste Industries bills them directly for the rental of the dumpster.
Okay.
So they get, sometimes it can be confusing because they get the two different charges.
And who invoices for additional pickups?
You mean like if they have an extra?
Well, I know that sometimes they're gonna rent one container, but they're gonna get picked up 3 times a week.
Well, we bill, there's a special, we would be told by Waste Industries how many times they get picked up, and we would bill for that accordingly. So.
Yeah, the contract with Waste Industries does specify exclusivity with Waste Industries, but that doesn't stop Republic and some of the others from voting about it. Yeah, I don't have any, it's been every year with Waste Industries, it's the same issue. I don't have any stick to prevent it, so, to prevent the undercutting, so. I don't know, I mean, unless you guys really want me to spend time trying to solve that one, I mean, if it's resulting in a cheaper product for the commercial enterprises, then I don't know. I think that might be on Waste Industries.
Right.
So.
I did get
I kind of comment on that a little bit right quick. I actually have Republic, and they matched Waste Industries' price. But I was in the process of changing, and they came and matched their price. So, you know, I get once a week pick up, same price and all like that. Waste Industries gonna come out to you. He's gonna come too far, I might have to agree.
That makes it convenient for you.
I did.
How generous of you.
Yeah. I said I would change anyway.
I did get a phone call from a person operating a business on Hillsborough Street who apparently there's a shared dumpster in the alleyway behind, and he was really hesitating to pay the bill because he wasn't really sure if that was his share or.
Well, so the Waste Industries, for the rental, they are only going to bill one business.
Okay.
And I think they chose the business based on where the dumpster is placed.
Yes.
And that, yes, it's a little bit complicated, that area behind Hillsborough Street. So we have had multiple letters going out to businesses there. And we're probably going to have another letter because some of them the price is going to change because we've had a couple businesses say, well, we're not going to use that dumpster anymore because they don't want to pay what we said was their sort of share of it. So that's
good.
Part of the complication.
Okay. One of those life things you get to deal with. Okay, great.
Related to questions of budget, this is not for this particular year's budget, but the question was brought up, or maybe it wasn't even a question, it was during our March 23rd meeting. I don't, in my notes, I don't have this attributed, but I'm supposing that it was Fire Chief maybe. That as properties are annexed, Jay, maybe you have any insight on this? As properties are annexed by town, the fire district revenues will decline, and if we don't make up for the revenue loss, their dollars will, fire department's dollars will decline while demand increases. Does this ring any bells for you? I think it was, maybe even a retreat. Was that a retreat in March?
If I ain't mistaken, I believe, didn't you speak down about our rate matching with the county?
Yeah, we've had some discussions on that. You've had some meetings with county finance. You want to talk about that a little bit?
Well, so when the properties are annexed, we do the county, we do a calculation of how many months are remaining under the county, and then how many months they would be in the town, and then you prorate their taxes accordingly, which includes the fire tax. So the idea would be that the town pays, so what we budget for fire suppression would increase the following year that something was annexed because there would be more stuff in town, so our portion would have to go up. We don't know, there's been some discussion about whether we need to repay a portion, but that hasn't been decided yet. So about whether from the ones that were for the partial year that we annexed them, that they were in the town, whether we need to repay something to the fire district. So that has not been determined, whether we need to compensate that amount.
The final goal being that we make the fire department whole on any issues involving annexation. It's just a matter of coming up with the right calculation in order to get us there.
The issue is the property owner who pays the tax. And fire district tax goes away upon annexation. Town taxes start. So
Okay,
simple.
so they make up.
Well, not necessarily, but that's what happens. Fire tax is a county function. Town tax is yours. And once they're in town, they're liable for town taxes. So there has to be, depending on what the date of annexation is, June 30 is really easy. But other than that, it requires a proration.
That was the first suggestion, that we try to schedule all of the annexations to take place at June 30th, which isn't
Or
always...
just in the month of June.
What's that?
Just in the month of June.
But in the month of June, but that may not be practical to do that. So if it's not practical to do that, then we have to jump through the hoops and figure out how to prorate. So we have some upcoming discussions with the fire chief and with legal counsel on a new agreement between the town and the fire department. And I think this is one of the things that has to get out of that.
Very good.
I'll just mention this, Mr. Greaves, on this, and you might be following up on the 6.6%, that increase, if I'm not mistaken, is not a rate increase, it is a gross increase.
Yeah, and that's what I was trying to say earlier.
We're not asking for more money, it's a gross increase.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to make
I
sure.
mean, it sounded like this in the presentation.
Are we ready to move to manager's update?
Yeah, well, I just, one of the things I've done is just gone through and look at our percentage increases line by line, and it's very helpful. And one of the things I've seen is we're increasing, I think, our revenues and expenditures for stormwater. Yeah.
So this current fiscal year that we are in right now, we have exceeded our projected revenues in terms of stormwater fees significantly. So we are projecting that next year we would have significant stormwater revenue. And before Fred left, he had identified several stormwater projects that he proposed should be done with this fee. So that's what I put in the budget.
Okay. And then when we talked about enterprise fund revenues, I know we've got $1,000 earned interest, but so we've zeroed out all of our water capital recovery fees and our capital reserve contributions and our sewer access fees. All those fees have been zeroed out, and I know we don't have a structure in place, but we will.
Right, but I can't adopt those. Like so when we have the discussion about the system development fees, and then when that finally gets adopted, we would be doing an amendment to this ordinance, which would then include all those fees, and then the projected revenues based on that. So.
And then we have to adjust our expenditures. Well, no, that'd be capital.
Right, that would be capital. Yeah.
Okay.
But I can't at this point. I can't.
You can't make a projection. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that's what was going on.
Yeah, because you'll notice in the ordinance, I removed the sections that related to capital recovery fees and access fees. Those are not in the ordinance at all now.
Okay.
But you could contribute to a reserve fund if you were inclined to do that.
Right, out of our regular fees.
Out of enterprise income.
Okay. The only other note I want to make was Main Street. And Brian, as you mentioned, I guess not a formal presentation was made, but you budgeted $8,000 for facades, and we'd like to keep it at 15. We acknowledge that we didn't spend much of it this year. In fact, you could say none of it, but the fact that we do have 4 applications in at present, I think it, I just want us to continue to work on our facades downtown, and this is a great way to do it. And when we did our update, our meet and greet, we had 4 applications, I think within a couple of weeks, come through the door. So I want to put it back up to 15 if we can. The other thing I want to do is take it from the Parks and Rec, where we thought we'd taken it from last year, and put it in the Main Street program, because Main Street's going to be administering that. And so that would bring the Main Street budget request, that again, from 65 last year to 75 this year. Again, the big one is the 10,000, and we think we can use for park downtown.
It wasn't 65 last year, it was 50.
Well, it was 50 plus 15, which was the grant, the facade grant, so I'm keeping it together. You want me to break it out?
You can call it whatever you want, but...
There you go.
Yes.
So, you call it you want.
Wasn't really reflective of reality, but that's fine.
Oh, you want to talk about your boulevard or your median again. All right, Potato.
It's, yeah, I mean, do you have the 4 requests, if I could just ask, I mean, are we looking at spending the $8,000 that we're budgeting, even those 4 requests? That's part of the problem is we're budgeting this money and it's being kind of held there, it's being parked there. And
right.
We're not doing anything with it. We could be doing other things with that money.
No, great. I understand that. And what I'm saying, we're committed to doing it because we've got plenty of properties downtown that can benefit from this facade grant program. And what we need to do is make the owners aware of it and convince them that it's a worthwhile investment in their property. And this is the right time to do it.
I wonder if Main Street program has considered, with the many complaints about the
yes,
rain guard.
Yes, we have.
The rain guard. I had no idea until recently that that was so offensive. But
we do have money budgeted. In fact, in our presentation tonight, I didn't want to jump in on Taylor's presentation. I wanted to say, Rob, have you looked at the rain guard? Because he's on the design committee, and we asked him to look at it and make a recommendation to us. So yes, we're painfully aware of that.
See what we can do.
Okay.
On one of your handouts here, the enterprise fund highlights where you indicate 2.5% pay increase / health cost of staff carried to enterprise activities. I don't understand what you're saying there.
Just that when what we're proposing is for personnel, regardless of where they work, we're proposing a 2.5% pay increase as we did last year. Some of those personnel have functions that are in the enterprise fund. So if we were to just, the thing that I don't always keep in mind is oftentimes that there's a butterfly or ripple effect that if you were to, just in theory, if you were to do something with the pay increase, that would have an effect on the enterprise fund as well, positive or negative, depending on where you went with it. That was always trying to get it. I probably worded that a little bit confusing. So.
Okay, yeah, I know, because they are paid through.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, so it has to be over there. Okay, thank you.
Ron, one other question. You, in your presentation, said 2.5% increase for staff and board. Mm-hmm. All right.
Right.
That was awesome.
The ice cream cone now.
Better than a poke in the eye?
Yeah. Well, a short stick.
But it covers part-time staff as well.
No ice cream.
Does it cover volunteer staff? Yeah, right. You get a 2.5 increase in your volunteer time.
Ice cream cone.
Okay.
All right. Have we provided direction and discussion sufficiently?
We got a couple things we're going to work on.
Great.
I got just one thing. I think every time I've been on the board for few years, this has come up. And explain to me our copy lease. I had this up $17,000 for copy lease.
Right. Do you want to talk about we break it out, we divide it up?
So, so we lease 2 copiers, one here and one at our other, at the planning office. we pay, I mean, that pays for the lease, and then we upgrade. I mean, we upgrade the copier, you know, every 3 to 4 years, because it gets worn out because we print a lot on those copiers. It's much more economical than buying a copier that we would then have to maintain. They come and maintain it it's part of our contract. We don't pay anything extra for the maintenance. They come and service it. All our toner is included, you know, in that. So
I think part of it is back when I was joking. I remember 5 years ago you complained about leases and copiers. I was going to joke about it, then you came out with it. But I think this between now and then is that we have an additional copy. You know?
right.
Yeah. We've got,
So because the planning office now has their own, which is almost exactly like the one
Right.
here. And the benefit to leasing it is then we don't have to go and try to surplus it in 5 years.
And repairs, they take care of all the repairs,
Yeah.
everything on that.
Yeah.
That's good.
so once a month, right when we're printing board packets, when it breaks down, they come in and repair it.
We'll start handwriting, how about that? That cuts down on some of it.
Yeah. Wow.
Well, some of us have been trying to get them done by computer, but then there are other people.
There's antiques around here too, isn't
There are other people.
Every year, I swear I'm going to plug in, you know, iPads and do the board packets electronically, and I just never. We got to carve out some money and try that one of these years. That would cut down on how much we actually pay for that lease, I would imagine. But conversation for another time.
Okay, let's move to manager's update. Please, Mike.
Okay, I won't take a lot of your time. Upcoming meetings, you know when those are. UDO, I mentioned that staff participated in First Sunday. Purpose of spreading the word about the UDO and gathering feedback. I was there for a little bit of it. Attendance was pretty good. And, there were some good conversations that took place. And so I think we'll look forward to doing more of that in the future. Even hopefully we'll have some information to present, for example, on a town hall. You know, and I think that would be a great way to do that sort of thing. So it was a lot of fun. It's a good day to be out. So we'll do more of that. Engineer, we hired an engineer, Elizabeth Goodson. She was previously, and she currently is wrapping up in Holly Springs. Her forte is in development review, which is probably by and large what we need an engineer to do. We have hydrostructures behind, for example, on the Hearn Road project because of all the development review that we're having them do right now. So she's coming at a pretty good time, and her start date is on June 25th. So be sure to stop by and say hi when she shows up.
She is a B.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. Wastewater condition assessment and asset management program. We received the final. This was the wastewater condition assessment and asset management program was, recall back in 2016, we received a grant of $150,000 to basically do an inventory and establish a capital plan for the collection system for our wastewater system. That includes a lot of I&I work. They've been able to identify how much work would need to be done. Having just received a report the other day, haven't really been able to do a lot of it with our current capital improvement programming, but we expect that's going to be a part of what we do more in the future. One of the good things I did note from it in the time that I've had with it is that our inflow and infiltration problem, it is significant, but the good news is that we can make point repairs in specific areas rather than replace whole lines. And for example, in certain manhole areas or in certain pinpoint areas where we may be able to identify leakage, those certain specific area-based repairs could reduce a large amount of the excessive iodine flow. So Good news there, I think. And then we talked a little bit earlier tonight about system development fees analysis. What we'll do is, I believe at the next meeting, have Wooten Company review findings with the town board, because I think there's some interesting stuff there. And then we will be getting the final report this week. We've had some meetings and conversations around some of the initial findings via spreadsheet, but we've yet to see the exact, for instance, the executive summary of the full reports. We'll be getting that this week and then presenting that to you at the next board meeting. And then in the following month, we're kind of formalizing the system development fees for the purpose of actually getting back and charging these to help fund some of our repairs and expansion projects. So that continues to move forward. And then you'll see the breakdown. If you want to find out where we're at on various plans, a couple of things haven't changed. I've made note of a few other things that have changed here as well. So keep in mind we only have one July meeting, and that's at the end of the month. And then we're into August already and the summer's over. So if you want to feel old, look at the upcoming meetings calendar. Time's slipping by, so there's still a lot to do. So with that, Hearn Road, I will mention with Hearn Road that I alluded to hydrostructures being backed up. They're doing some surveying. We should have some plans. Ready for review, but I don't have a timeline on it. So hopefully I have more to report at the next meeting on that. But we have a little bit of work to do for hydrostructures, a little bit of work to do on plan preparation, and then we would seek authorization to construct following that, and then once we have that, then the bid documents will go out and the construction will start. So I would expect at some point this summer that we would begin construction on the Hearn Road water project. With that, I would open it up for any comments or questions or concerns that you have.
Speaking of hydrostructure, do we get anything on the stormwater element from them yet?
Yeah, we did. I don't know where they're at, whether Jeff wants to tackle that in the next meeting or what. Yeah.
I can help answer that. Jeff has asked us to respond to the comments, and at that point, it would come to you to see our responses with the comments.
So that's the next.
And we were planning on having that so that it'd fall right in behind public facilities.
All right. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Jay Farrell, do we have commissioner concerns?
I don't know if this is really contains to the utility department, but just noticed a few curves up Main Street and 64 going east. A lot of grass growed over the curb and down into the street. I don't know if our guys are doing any kind of edging or anything like that, but looks pretty bad in a few places. Might want to just check on that. And one other thing, the car that's parked out across from the supposedly old Ford lot has been there for years, months and months. It's got grass knee high around it. I don't know what we need to do about having that moved or...
The new old Ford lot, the old Ford lot?
The new, whatever it's going to be. The new Eagles lot.
All right.
No, it's actually across the road where the girl has put the yoga place. Yeah, it's one house down. You can't miss it because the grass is already up to the hood.
Yeah. There's a handicapped woman that lives in that house, and I think it might belong to her, but there might be some tender issues about the fact that she's handicapped, and maybe that's why the grass is growing there. I don't know.
Okay, I'll find out.
Okay, thanks, Billy. That's it. Thank you.
Michael?
Notice all that seal coating going on.
Oh, yeah.
Is that the extent of what's going to happen, or are they preparing to do something else?
No, that's is seal coating.
Yeah, filling in the.
Crack sealing?
Yeah, crack sealing.
That's state, the state is doing that.
Right.
Yeah.
And.
Well, they don't tell us.
Yeah, why don't they tell us?
Not unique to North Carolina.
And they did something weird because on Sunday morning, they cured all the way up to the mill, and then they turned around and came back down Hillsborough Street. So it's not like they went all the way. And
the other thing is I noticed our trees are not lit. I'm assuming it was trimming and the lights aren't back in yet.
Or first Sunday. How long have they been out?
We had folks for Sunday. I didn't even see strings in the trees.
I'll find out. First Sunday is usually when
They unplug everything?
Like clockwork, we have to go back in and, oh yeah, they're unplugged. So
I don't know that we have lights in the trees right now. And they look like they were recently shaped up.
Okay.
So that's what I attributed to it, but I didn't get out and climb a tree.
will do.
Well, I'm going to pitch in here too. I wanted this to go out because we've got a TARPO meeting on Thursday, but I didn't get it to Brian in order to get it in the agenda. And I sat through the public session on prioritization. You know, when TARPO says they've got $42 or $62 billion, we think, oh boy, we're really going to, get some good projects this year. Well, I'm sorry, friends, but there's not the project that we need so desperately to improve from 902 up to the bypass for Highway 87. They're basically telling me, you may not get that, you may not get it next time, and we may end up being thrown in a situation where we're competing with you all, Chatham Park, for DOT dollars, which distresses me somewhat. But nonetheless, and I was hoping that we could get this passed tonight, just so that I could give this to them. The TARPO board, when it meets on June the 14th, I said, that I attended the prior session on prioritization, and we hereby urge TARPO to consider Pittsboro's strong support and need for the widening of NC Highway 87 from 902 to the 64 bypass. Truck traffic, which has grown exponentially, travels up 15501 from Luckstone and the 3M facilities into downtown, past Horton Middle School, around the courthouse circle and north on Hillsborough Street towards Chapel Hill. NC Highway 87 could provide a truck route moving the traffic away from our courthouse circle and business district. Now let me stop there and say that if they stopped in and got cheeseburgers from Jay, it would be an entirely different thing, but I don't think they'd buy anything at Pittsburgh.
I'd rather see them go outside the town.
You're in the Main Street, or you're in the other list, you can't do a drive-through.
Okay. However, we have been told that Highway 87 cannot be designated as a truck route because of the width of the travel way and the width of the shoulders. The project which our town desperately needs is widening of Highway 87 for only 2 miles to bring the truck traffic outside of our downtown to the 64 bypass where the road is suited for truck traffic moving east or west. Our historic downtown is inundated with trucks, tandem trucks moving stone, dump trucks moving dirt and stone, trucks carrying heavy equipment, and trucks bringing in paving material. They create traffic congestion and safety hazards in the downtown, especially when cars back into Hillsborough Street from the parking spaces, and when pedestrians in our business district have to dodge the constant truck traffic. Our historic downtown is filled with the noise of air brakes, shifting, rumbling, and fumes from these trucks both day and night. These trucks disrupt the lives of our citizens and businesses in a variety of ways and compete for the same travel way as emergency vehicles headed to UNC hospitals. We understand the prioritization system is complex, but this is a project which disrupts and endangers the citizens of our town on a daily basis. We urge TARPO to take our comments into consideration and provide this project with a rating that reflects our urgent need for a truck route. Thanking you for your consideration.
Very good.
Can we pass this as a unanimously so that I can give it to Turk?
I'll sign.
Okay. All right, so I can say on behalf of the Board of Commissioners, unanimous vote, may I?
So moved. Second.
Yes, some hesitation?
The only hesitation I have is that if they widen that street 87 over there, you're going to be right at those people's homes.
It's true.
Yeah. That's my only hesitation.
It's true. That may be, we need to put that project
Down.
being deprioritized.
But I don't think it's because it hasn't had accidents. I mean, the formula is really, it's based on accidents and things like that. I mean, there are some that are close, but,
So I don't know how wide, how far they would extend it in terms of that, but some are pretty close to the street. That's my only concern.
well,
It's the shoulder.
yes. Show them with this?
Go with it, that's my major concern.
Great, thank you very much. Pamela, your turn?
That's it.
John? Okay. Think we're then ready?
Wait, I'm sorry.
Oh.
Didn't call for the vote. July 16th?
Yes.
For the vote on that?
So, I can't make a motion, so can someone else make a?
I did. Moved by second.
You did? Oh,
Yes.
those in favor of the motion for me to submit this letter to TARPA, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, I'm sorry, I'm getting sleepy. Yes. Peg Carlson is a woman from the School of Government. She's the person with whom I took the seminar when I went to Greenville on performance reviews of the manager and board. And she wanted to come very much to speak to the board before they embark in their evaluation process. And so she asked if she could come, and I thought, because we only have one meeting in July, we'd just be really lonely without being able to be with one another. And if on July 16th we could get together and have a discussion with her about the evaluation process and the possibilities of working more fully and completely towards a really good evaluation process, she would be available to meet with us that night. And you're in Missoula, Montana?
I don't know, but I'm not going to be here.
Oh.
I'm going to take full advantage of
Okay.
the time off.
Well,
Can we do it in a regular meeting?
yes.
Okay.
Or we could do it at a workshop too. This July 23rd, if you wanted to do it at 6 at a work session.
Yeah, we have to get this.
Okay, all right. Okay. Okay, good. All right, but that's the reason that she wasn't A, here tonight, or B, that we haven't discussed it yet. So, did you have anything other than that, John? Okay. Therefore, it is time for us actually to go home, but instead we're going to, pursuant to NCGS 143-318A3, consult with our town attorney. Is there a motion to go into closed session?
So moved.
Moved by Pamela Baldwin, seconded by Michael Fiocco. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, nay.
So that's the motivation of 6 o'clock.
Yeah.